Welcome to Truth Uncompromised. I am your host, Rhonda. Join us every Thursday at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. Truth is peace. Truth is justice and freedom to love, live, and be. Music provided by sourcevibrations.com.
The recording has started.
I am love. I am peace. I am free. I have abundance. I have everything within me. For I was, for I am, for I will always be. We are love. We are peace. We are free. We have abundance. We have everything within us. For we are, for we will always be. For Mother Earth is love. For Mother Earth has peace. For Mother Earth is free. For Mother Earth has abundance. For Mother Earth has everything within her. For she was, for she is, for she will always be. And so it is spoken. So it has been written, and it is done. You have entered into a dimension of truth, where time does not exist and illusions are shattered. The journey of truth is intense. The journey of truth will set you free. Consider this a warning as you enter the dimension of truth uncompromised.
All right, family. Welcome to the Truth Uncompromised show. I am your host, Rhonda, and tonight we have a great show planned for you. We are on, what are we on? Part 5? Yeah, part 5. Momma Terra and the consciousness of her people. So this particular series, we're actually rotating from our Real Pilgrim series. So we're going to kind of go back and forth. So over the past 5 weeks, we kicked off this series with going over one of the Alphabet Boys' document, explaining consciousness. Not only explaining consciousness, but going into great detail on consciousness, meaning what is consciousness, the power of consciousness. They even got into holographic universe, how you can create from your consciousness, how they were able to measure your creation through your consciousness. And they even got down to giving you the alchemy or the science behind consciousness and manifestation. So last week was banger as well from that Alphabet Boys document. Damn, my mic is high, y'all. So forgive me if it seems like I'm yelling. But anyhow, last week, what really was jumped out at me was they literally went over being two places at one time. So the state of matter being two places in one time. So meaning that the spin on matter, the vibratory spins so high that it can duplicate itself and be in two different places at one time. So we kind of thought about Star Trek, and I forgot what Sean, I think he said teleporter. You know how Star Trek and them go into that teleporter thing, and it goes and then once they're trying to leave the ship, then they go somewhere, and then when they come back, they press something on their watch, ling, 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 and come back on the ship. So very powerful document. We're going to complete that up. We also got into, I see where YouTube is running slow already. Y'all, it's been one of those type of nights already with this low level ass technology. But we also got into last week talking about the hertz of the vibratory levels. So Brother 832 came on and talked about 369 and Tesla. So we talked about how 369 really means the wave. And then sure enough, as we're going through it, minding our business, in the documentation, the Alphabet Boys documentation, they talked about that wave, and they showed the formula. And bear with me, YouTube, I see where y'all spinning. They showed the formula of how that wave happens from a vibratory perspective. So I do want to follow up with that, because I was kind of telling you all that the introduction music that I play for this show has those vibratory hertz. One has 528, which is a DNA repair healing. And the other one, shoot, I have to remember it. The hertz on it. I want to say it's 396, representing healing. So I am going to bring up some information on that. I have shared this before in the past on my show. It's been it's been a while. Probably the first year we were on the air, about 5 years ago. I talked about that. So let me bring on my co-host, and YouTube, bear with me. Hopefully it's not lagging for y'all too much, because it's lagging on my end. So let me bring on my co-host, Brother Sean and Sis Sandra. I see them both in the queue. Let me bring on Sis. Let me try this, Sis. Hold on a sec. It's thinking about it. Peace and love, Sis.
Peace and love to you too, Sis Rhonda, and to the family and Brother Sean.
How are you?
I'm good. I'm really good. Trying to work on some technology here that's not working.
Nobody's stuff is working, girl. I was all day battling technology, because I usually come on at a minimum 30 minutes early to check all the equipment. And that's why we were just a tad bit late for me starting the music. Because I literally, up to the last point, I was battling and I had to shut some stuff down. One piece of software just went straight corrupt, which pissed me off, because it's supposed to be the antivirus software. How the hell you gonna get corrupt? Out of everything on here, you should be working. So I'm fired up about that. But yeah, something's going on. Everything is out of whack. So, but you know, what else is new? But it's good to hear your voice.
Good to hear yours too. Thank you very much.
All right. Let me bring on Brother Sean. Let me see here, brother. Everything is lagging. So peace and love, brother. Uh-oh, Brother Sean. Sis, you still there?
Yes, I'm still here.
Okay. All right, Brother Sean, for whatever reason, we can't hear you. In the chat. So he might, you know how Brother Sean gets, sometimes he gets busy. So, brother, I'm gonna leave your line open. Yep, I got you. I see you. I see you. So the line's gonna be open, bruh. When you ready to come in, you come in. Yeah, I figure he had got occupied in between us starting up. All right then, sis. So you gonna kick it off way.
Yeah.
What you got tonight on Go Head On with the fuckery?
Well, you know, I was looking at itseft.net. I'm always there because that's what I have. And I was coming across the maternityweek.com, and they had an article on there. And it was about a Montana man has the oldest DNA native to America, and it alters what we know. Now, what they showed was one of them. They didn't show us.
Child. But that should be no surprise.
Yeah, but they said that DNA comes out of Siberia.
Oh. Let me, do tell, let me sip water.
What they said was they, you know, every time you push that button, go to the next one, and you never get there. But it said it came out of Siberia. They crossed the Bering Straits. They got the DNA to prove it. They crossed the Bering Straits and came into America when the ice was I guess a Paleolithic era, and the ice was frozen, and were able to come across into the Americas. Like I said all the time, and then but there's a scientist by the name of YU who's doing this research, and now they're listening to them, and they DNA cross matches with a tooth from somebody in Siberia.
Child. Well, I mean, they are telling the truth. Well, they lying and then they telling the truth, but you know how they roll.
Yeah, they half step. They really half stepping on that stuff,
right?
Because they're not really telling that. Well, they're telling the truth because that is Native Americans.
True that, brother. Mark, you know I call you Mark, brother. Said they doing whatever they can not to say we are the oldest on the planet, the mound builders. Absolutely, because even the Native Americans say that they didn't build those mounds.
Right. That's true. And so they are really into it about the fact that the Native American, and they show a Native American. And see, I said a long time ago that they're the Assyrians because they had arrested one. The military had arrested a Native American chief, and he had a Assyrian pouch, and he said his king gave it to him, and it was a symbol of Assyria. So they had that from the 1700s. They had taken his picture. So that's how I had started the conversation out a long time ago. But now, old Donald Trump says they don't look like no Indians to me. And so, they done gotten away with a lot of this stuff. The Native American has gotten away with it, but now they did have an article earlier late last year about them being the Assyrians, and now the DNA has proven that they were not here. They're not the originals here, but they are the longest living Native American.
Right. Which is that's a huge difference. We know that. We know that's a huge difference. So interesting. So sis, what's up with, I know it's not impacting you, and thank goodness it's not impacting you, but we've been seeing on the news about the fires out in Cali, and it seems to have picked back up again.
Yeah, some of them have. I can't remember what it was. This one is not near me, so I wasn't kind of dealing with it anymore, and the smoke in my house. I had so much smoke in my house, you can get the dust off the windowsill. But I can't remember the ones they got going on now. But they kind of moved over to Utah. Utah. And then they went up into Idaho. I think they were at Idaho first, and then went to Utah and Washington and all that kind of stuff. So I don't remember any more that was here. They haven't said anything about it. So
okay.
You know how the news moves on?
Yeah, but supposedly and allegedly, real quick, flamethrowers goes, Mark goes, Indy means dark, yep. And then flamethrower goes, and they don't look like Indians to Indians Trump. True that. Dory goes, ain't no such thing as Native America. Native American, that's an oxymoron family. Native Mongols, Native Siberians. Absolutely, Dory. Absolutely. But yeah, sis, supposedly and allegedly, your power company shut folks' power off. When was that? Wednesday? Yeah, sometime this week.
Yeah, that's right. They did.
Okay, because they was talking about the winds and all of that.
Yeah, they did. I didn't pay no attention to it. It wasn't even near me. It's like the COVID stuff.
True.
You just get kind of immune to it after a while.
You do, because you got things to do in your lifetime. You ain't got time for the drama. So yeah, I totally feel you.
So I haven't paid any attention to the ones they have in Cali, to be honest with you, because like I said, most of them are out. As far as, well, they're still burning. They said they won't stop burning until 2021.
Yeah. It's just crazy. Well,
Yeah,
I'm sorry. Go ahead, sis.
there was one. I can't remember it though. Unfortunately, like I said, I didn't pay no attention to it.
Yeah. So YouTube, the feed is finally clear on my end. I know there's a delay, so there's
I was about to
probably.
text that delay. They said that you weren't going to start broadcasting until 4:10. So
Yeah, I usually do. I set the feed for 7:10 just for
oh
that
yeah,
purpose, just in case any dramatization jumps off. It'll give me time, and when I was playing the intro music, so now I've just gone to putting up a countdown with some meditation music that the YouTube family can hear. You all can't hear it on the phone. So yeah, that's why I have to start the show 10 after to make sure all of these doggone settings are properly. So, and then it's still no guarantee.
exactly.
So the other thing I was gonna bring up, when my go head on with the fuckery. Yeah, Epic. I know the Hurricane Zeta or Zeta. I don't know how they're pronouncing it, because Louisiana got hit.
Again.
I know a few farming folks and my gardening people. They got hit with a lot of rain and wind. And then a sis from Alabama, she was without power. I'm not sure if sis got her power restored, but she said the storm had passed over them. So it doesn't surprise me that it's hitting North Carolina. I'm further up north, and it's been raining for us 2 days straight now. 2 days straight. So, and just my luck, I had stuff I needed to get in the ground. So I guess I'll be doing that this weekend. so we'll see. We'll see. I did run across an article, and now I can't find it, talking about the pole movement. And it said the pole is moving fast towards Siberia.
Oh, Siberia's in the news with my stuff too.
Mm-hmm. Yep, they said it's moving rapidly fast towards Siberia. So, of course, the news isn't gonna connect the two to tell you that these drastic weather things that we're experiencing is a direct link to that pole shift. So, like I said, get ready. I mentioned it last week, so I'm gonna mention it again, because now they're talking about Rona again. So I'm getting this itchy feeling that they're gonna do
Another one.
Yeah, they're gonna do another shutdown. So just have your necessities together. You got babies, make sure you have food. Y'all should have learned your lesson with that toilet paper. So you definitely should have learned your lesson there. If you have elderly, make sure they had a medication and stuff stocked up. It's better to be prepared than not, especially when you have elderly and babies. You can't really live on the seat of your pants by like that. So they're kind of gearing up because they're talking about Europe is already starting to shut things down again. So just to be aware on that front.
Another thing I wanted to say too. Remember, we were talking about the fact that who said what about that Biden stuff.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't come out with their associates and everything that Hunter did business with, telling the news media that they did do all that stuff. So it's really hot fired for the election coming up because they didn't caught him doing all that kind of stuff, and now the Senate has it. It's going on an investigation, and Biden's poll numbers, they say, is dropping and all this kind of stuff. So it wasn't just hearsay from, I know last year they tried to get it out there, but nobody would listen to it. Oh, Lord.
As usual. Yeah. I do want to talk just a little bit about this selection process. Because people spend so much energy on this election, so much energy on, the illusion of power that the presidents have. Concerning Trump card, which I find it interesting, sis, I caught about 2 or 3 other people saying Trump card.
Yeah,
White
they do
men
that.
at that. I'm like, stop stealing my shit with y'all stealing asses. Shit.
I heard it.
You can't have nothing. Just steal it. But anyhow, I've said this several times about Trump card, that he is put in that seat. Again, put in that seat to play both sides. Because as I keep talking about, the real show is the change in the shifting of the poles, the change of the energy. So as everybody are up in arms and got their panties in a bunch about some election and what Trump card is allegedly gonna do, and Q Elemento P claiming folks getting locked up, all of that bullshit. In the meantime, they are literally standing up an entire system. Matter of fact, that motherfucker already stood up. I told y'all last week. They done already stood up the financial system. They're running that shit in parallel, meaning they're keeping the old running while the new running. The new one is running, testing it out, tweaking stuff. So they're rebooting their empire because, contrary to popular knowledge and belief, they move based on universal cycles.
Mm-hmm.
They got you on these bullshit ass calendars. But they move based on the cosmos. They make moves based on the energy shifts. So since we are in one of the energy shifts, and this is a big one, you're witnessing the collapse of one kingdom, and really it's the remix. But they're going to say, mark my words, it's going to be the collapse of the Western kingdom, collapse of the United States kingdom, and the rise of whatever the fuck, because they're going digital. They are digital, okay? So they're going to say it's the collapse of the petrodollar oil economy, the industrial economy. And what they're going to tell you is that the computer age ushered in the digital AI, machine learning age. So they're dumping currency as you know it, meaning the dollar will no longer be pegged to oil. They're even now trying to, behind the scenes and a little sneakily even saying that they're not even going to peg currency to gold. They're literally just going to peg it to this digital currency stuff that they're coming up with. So now that's just part of the new mix of their matrix, part of their 3D that they're going to 4D, trying to make it to 5D. The bigger picture, as we've been talking about, is the total pole shift and the rising of the vibratory rate. So as we're reading in this particular series out of the Alphabet Boys documentation, they said that Mother Earth's hertz or vibratory rate or heartbeat was at 7.5, which I'm telling you it's higher than that now. So she's going even higher to that. So those that are riding with her vibration, there is a shift in the consciousness to some, not all. So what they're trying to do is to get as many people as they can, their consciousness to be tuned into their new remix of their empire. So this whole election shit is a farce. Like I've been saying, folks outside showing their ass, arguing, harassing melanated people to vote, Caucasians out there fighting and shit with each other. It's all bullshit. It's all smoke and mirrors. Just like Rona was put in play for a huge distraction of all of these, not only historical events, but universal events. So your consciousness would not be tuned in into the cosmic universal shift that is going on. So you would miss that wave. So that 26,000 cycle, 26,000 year cycle, I think it's exact 960 year cycle. And then next thing you know, you and I ushered in the AI world, and you've missed that window of opportunity for you to truly be free. Okay? So somebody brought to my attention, this is my go ahead on with the fuckery. I said all that to say, here's my go ahead on with the fuckery. Somebody brought to my attention the Electoral College. So I had totally forgot. And, you know, shout out to Sis Katari. She refreshed my memory because I had totally forgot. Because then I was thinking, oh yeah, don't the states do that? And then she had to remind me, no, it's individuals. I said, oh shit, I forgot about that. So as people hooping and hollering, jumping up and down, arguing, harassing melanated people, harassing melanated women, this one and that one talking about you need to do this and you need to do that. It's only a selected bunch in each state. I forget how many it is. I want to say it's 158 individuals.
Clinton just joined it.
Yeah, and she sent me the she put out the link that her motherfucking funky stinking ass is one of them that get to make that decision.
And that's something.
So when sis put that out there, because I had totally forgotten about it, I said, folks have been under such a deep spell, it's mind-blowing. So you literally have folks going out there standing in line. Now, you know, Rona is out there with your motherfucking mask on. You standing out line for hours, arguing with people, cussing people out, calling people coons, all of this foolishness. And at the end of the day, your shit don't matter.
No.
Because the popular vote, this is for the slow ones in the back. The popular vote, which is your vote, that you are harassing people to go do and participate in because, oh, it makes a difference. Don't matter. The 158 electoral college individuals decide. So I was asking her, I said, so sis, how the fuck they get selected? How does the 158, and it could be 153, don't quote me directly on that, how do they get selected? So she puts this quote out, and it was so watered down on their selection process. Well, Congress can decide, and then the states get to pick. I mean, it was so convoluted. I was just straight disgusted. And I had totally forgot. I was taught that shit in high school. And then it kind of shocked me. But, you know, you forget about it. But the programming is so deep that in your adult life, and parents are literally, as I sit here and have this conversation, training their children to vote and rock for this system and do not even understand how it works, just to show you how deep the spell is. So I said to her, I said, sis, that basically, it makes sense, because we know that the United States of America, and I don't care what type of motherfucking combination you want to put together, all caps, upper, lower, I don't give a fuck what combination you put together. It is a corporation. Go look it up. They tell you that it is a corporation. No corporation will allow the public to select their presidents and their CEOs. It doesn't work that way. A board, right? Doesn't a board select presidents and CEOs of companies? So it's no different here. No different whatsoever. So you basically have a board selecting the president / CEO, but the president / CEO of this particular corporation, the United States of America, they have to follow the orders of the trustees, or their ass is out of there. That's why they take an oath of office. The oath of office is on behalf of the corporation. And I said that shit last week. Where in that oath are you the people mentioned? It don't have shit to do with you. So how is your vote making a difference? Oh, it reconnected. All right, no problem. My bad. So remember, Gore had the popular vote, but Bush Jr. still won. And did it not just happen with Trump card and Hillary? Hillary had the popular vote. But Trump card had the electoral. That's because, number one, both of the candidates that are running, they select those two. Okay? So not only do they select those two, but when it gets down to the nitty gritty, the 158 people, you know, they pretty much told how they need to vote. Because they can't even give a clean answer on how they selecting those 158 or 153. Don't quote me on the exact number of the electoral college. So it's a joke. It's an illusion to make you feel you are a part of the process. And what's really, really sad about it is the fact that with your consciousness, you motherfuckers saying you agree with this. If you want to argue with people, jump up and down, scream, fight, you saying you agree. You're agreeing to something that you really don't even know how it works. This is how these folks keep control. It's because of the masses' complacency, their ignorance. And in this day and age, it's really no excuse for it. And then they want to scratch their head wondering why things are still fucked up. Nothing gets changed. And then the quote, conscious people, because I even hate to say that, because even that word has become tainted because of idiots that call themselves truthers and conscious. It's a goddamn shame. People are so immature and do not have the best interests or are coming from a pure place. But when the small minimum people point this shit out, oh, you part of the problem. Nah, motherfucker, I read. It's called reading. It's fundamental. I read and I comprehend. And even if I didn't read, I know it's not right. I know what is going on is not right. I know me going out every 4 years, voting for a new savior isn't working. So these are the things where folks' consciousness has not evolved. So instead of looking at it for what it is, you know that there's a problem, and stepping back and stepping outside, people still keep depending on the same solution. And that is how they're able to get away with what they've been getting away with in their motherfucking defense. Let's be clear. In their motherfucking defense, they're not hiding it from you. They're not hiding it. It's there for you to see. So that's like if I get on this air and I tell you a big ass word, and you don't know what that word means, and then I don't have the consideration enough to give you the definition of that word, that's on you. That's how the fuck they feel, because they put it out there for you. But if you gonna roll with it, they follow universal law. You were informed. So this is how they've been able to get away with the fuckery for centuries. So now we're at this point of a big, huge energy shift, cycle shift. This is a huge one, as I discussed earlier. And folks, and you can see it. You all know I'm not making it up. You see some people that's getting dumber than fuck. You like, you gotta be shitting me. You that motherfucking dumb, and you how old? You that dumb and naive. And you're how old?
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Brother Sean. And then you got other ones that we like, fuck y'all, fuck this bullshit. Don't bring it to me. I'ma cuss you out. Peace. I'm out. Then you have those that's riding the fence. Oh, well, that spirituality stuff, it might be true, but just in case it's not, I'm gonna be over here with some of the fuckery a little bit, straddling the fence. And I done took and told y'all the universe don't work on flip-floppy. You have to be clear and concise to make shit happen.
Mm-hmm.
So that's my go ahead on with the fuckery. I know the little pose. And oh yeah, and the fact that they call it pose. The fact that they say go into the pose. Yeah, because you're giving your energy. You're literally giving your energy. So that bullshit be coming up on Tuesday or whatever the fuck. So I'm sorry. Go ahead, Brother Sean. Peace and love. Glad to hear your voice.
But that's what a vote is. V-O-L-T. It's energy.
Absolutely. You're right. Vote. V-O-L-T. Vote. Lightning vote. Pose. Because you are a light.
Mm-hmm. You have to give away your energy because they can't just take it. They can't take nothing from you. They don't have the power.
Absolutely. And Scotty Saturn says casting ballots is witchcraft. Absolutely. So they're telling you what they're doing. Mm-hmm. They're telling you you're casting your ballot. You are casting a spell on yourself to consent to be ruled and controlled. You're absolutely right, Brother Scotty Saturn. Just like broadcasting. It's casting a spell on your consciousness. So, yes, excellent play. Okay, so Brother Sean, you have any go ahead on with the fuckery for the family?
I'm really not sure what y'all covered, but what I'm looking at is if I was going to be a pedophile and a corrupt individual and wanted to hold office, I would do exactly the opposite of Trump, and I would run dim. Because remember what Trump was, a Democrat, and said if he wanted to run for president, he'd go Republican.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did.
So I'm just saying, if I was going to be a fucked up individual and wanted to eat and fuck babies and everybody accept it, I would be a Democrat. I really would, because our people are so stupid, they don't give a fuck.
Basically.
They sit up and tell you now that they do not give a fuck what Biden and them did.
Child.
They just want Trump out of office. I mean, not that I'm for anybody in the system.
Right, but it's just the principle.
But I'm just trying to sit up and figure out what the fuck this man did for everybody to hate him the way they do and to sit up and continually lie on him.
Because they were told to hate by by their ballot, that their cast ballot on their gang that they're rocking with.
But how could you hate somebody you don't even know that much, that you don't give a fuck about what's happening to children?
They don't.
I mean, what has he done to any of them individually, personally? I mean, me personally, I'm seeing more money in my check than I saw when Biden was in office.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
I just happen to be seeing more shit.
Right.
So, I mean, I just don't get the ignorance. I mean, and then these very people that we are talking about, a lot of them gonna be on meds after this shit.
I agree. It's finna be on and popping, baby.
And that's the ones that don't kill themselves. But as far as for the ones that's gonna be on meds,
mm-hmm.
y'all do realize that Donald Trump is a vindictive son of a bitch, don't you?
Child.
You see what he doing to all them motherfuckers. It pissed him off and fucking double-crossed him.
That's true.
And you dumbasses, you're a dumbass for picking a side to begin with.
Right,
Mm-hmm.
right.
But you're a super dumbass for picking the loser side. He don't forget shit. This the very motherfucker that you gonna be looking to get you your goddamn meds. This the very motherfucker
that
you gonna be
need.
looking for some money from. Some more fucking stimulus money. Some more pandemic money. You're asking this motherfucker for everything under the sun while trying to get rid of him. How's that working out for y'all? He's literally trying to get y'all shit, and the motherfuckers y'all love is blocking every goddamn penny from getting to your ass. So if you voted Democrat and you sitting up here homeless and starving and all this shit, you ain't got nobody to blame but your own dumb ass self.
Right.
You've been relying on this system.
Exactly.
And relying on the people who has been fucking us forever.
Yep.
Ain't nothing new about this. Nothing. Look at where all the riots at. Democratic places. Cities that are broke.
I mean, broke. Not broke, but broke.
Right, but you got Hollywood and all that shit in California. You got Wall Street and all that shit in New York. How the fuck do you break goddamn California and New York?
All that alleged money, right?
Yeah.
Right.
But these the motherfuckers you want to pull for. Everybody talk about Trump being a bankruptcy king. He at least get his motherfucking money back. He make his shit back.
Yeah, because he know how to do
pop.
it. He know how to do it.
But these dumb motherfuckers broke California and New York.
Yep.
And y'all want to follow them?
Yep. And it isn't what they call Auntie Maxine.
Oh yeah.
Motherfucking stinking ass. Shit. She been in office how many decades?
Oh, and she got a old man.
222.
And it isn't her area where literally Skid Row fucking started.
Yeah.
And it's always been that way.
Mm-hmm.
But you can roll past her motherfucking crib and it's $6 million, baby.
Yep.
Easy. And she ain't even made that much money in oil.
Exactly. Exactly, because they go in there a 6-figure person. They come out of that motherfucker multi-millionaires.
Some of them go in there broke and come out
broke as
billionaires.
fuck. True, because O was a broke ass.
They cipher the money through their families, they say.
Well, that too. But we do know
They
at a minimum, at a maximum, they come in there 6 figures.
Mm-hmm.
They leave out of that motherfucking multi-millionaires. Now,
And
how that
everybody has
happen?
to feel.
How that
Them
happen,
good deals.
boo? When you supposed to be working on behalf of the people. And that's why I tell y'all not waking up and seeing this shit. They ain't working on behalf of the people. They working on behalf of the corporation.
That's true.
And the sub companies up under the corporation. Because we done took and told y'all that all of this shit rolls up into a trust. You got a board of trustees that run the shit, and the trustees take their orders from that lineage. When we read them state charters that said you gonna run me my ends forever and forever and forever.
That's right.
If I ain't here, goddammit, you gotta run my ends to my people forever and forever and forever.
Mm-hmm. You could change up the seal.
They said they don't give a fuck what you name it, change up the seal, all that, but you better run them ends.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they just rescued 109 children or something like that, and arrested 179 people, I think, in Ohio.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah,
and some in Georgia. See, these people are using that chattel property stuff to the ultimate and running human trafficking children so they can keep the flow of money coming to them.
Well, because they monopolize everything though. Once you think about it, so this shit is mobbed up. Y'all that follow the gangsters now, y'all should know how this shit works.
I thought I told you.
Yeah, they done told y'all, go on and watch Godfather motherfucking 1 and 2.
And 3, where they killed the Pope.
Yeah, sure did, y'all. I had to rewatch 3 because I was biased against 3. But 1 and 2 lays the game out for you.
Yep, came here with nothing. Got the steal it and take it.
Exactly. And then folks skimming. Don't folks be skimming? Skimming
all
off
day.
of the VIG.
You know it.
Yeah. So basically you got, Congress and them, Senate and them, whatever the fuck they are. They got to follow the orders of the trustee. So does the president. So the tax is set via the trustee, via that trust, on behalf of the beneficiaries who are the kings and them people. So they got to pay that tax. So they don't give a fuck what it is. So that's even the underground world.
Mm-hmm. That's where it all stems from.
Remember when Corleone's son, Sonny, wanted to start getting into drugs? He was like, nah, I don't want you to do that, blah, 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 this, that, and the third.
Right. Mm-hmm.
But bottom line is, it didn't matter what type of business it was, he got his tax. That's the way this shit was set up. We keep telling y'all it's commerce.
Mm-hmm.
And they just selling it to you like, oh, this is just the way we live. This is the government. Make no motherfucking mistakes about it. I done took and told y'all this is commerce. That's all it was from out the gate. And that's what it is today. And where the indigenous people fucked up was getting involved with that bullshit. Getting involved with that commerce. That's where the indigenous people fucked up. And kiki ha with the melanated Europeans, Huguenots, getting into the game of commerce. And then we start warring with each other. So ain't nothing changed. Only the shade of people that gotta run the trustees, them ends on behalf of the beneficiaries. Only the skin tone change, but the game is the same.
And we still divided like we were back then. Because niggas been haters forever.
Exactly.
There's always been a nigga somewhere that's been hating since quote-unquote niggas been around.
Exactly.
It's always been a hateful ass.
Exactly. In the motherfucking corner scheming. Exactly.
So that's why, I mean, all the research that people do and everything that's coming to light, we know that one time there was nothing but melanated people. And it was bigger fuckery going on than it is now because it was more at stake back then. It was more here.
Yeah.
Motherfuckers still trying to unite with every goddamn body.
With everybody.
That's not going to work. I mean, aren't you even paying attention to the fact that white people don't think that all white people are supposed to be together?
Yep.
They basing their plans on whether or not they can get every white person to do what they say. They killing each other. They don't give a fuck.
They don't give a fuck.
They realize that they only need a certain amount. And the right plan.
Yep.
And they already got the masses willing to die for them, whether you're talking about Republican or Democrat. Both sides are fucking willing to die and go to war for people they don't even fucking know.
Exactly.
But they'll tell you it's for the Constitution.
Which still ain't even about you. That's a motherfucking contract that didn't have shit to do with you.
Yeah, but they done tied the Constitution and the Bible together synonymously. That is their movement. Trump to them has been divinely ordained. The Lord himself sent Trump. Y'all already see how these people will bust you upside your motherfucking head just for being the complexion you are.
Exactly.
And you idiots ain't got no motherfucking goal, no skills. Y'all ain't prepared to do shit. And y'all talking about these psychos of God. Remember, they the ones with all the guns because y'all talk about it when y'all see them on TV and don't nothing happen to them.
Right.
Now, they the ones with all this shit. And all y'all can do is talk shit. Okay, some of y'all got guns. What was the name of that one little group with dudes who wound up taking pictures with Trump and this, that, and the other, who was supposed to be the Black Messiah, and they wound up shooting each other at their little rallies and shit because they dumb as fuck?
Oh, shit, I forget. But yeah.
Yeah, but you know who I'm talking about.
Yeah.
So, them was the motherfuckers that a lot of people was thinking was finna come be the black militia and the black saviors. And before anything even jumped off, they started shooting each other accidentally. So these are the plans that our people got, right? These are the plans for success, right? These are the plans going off into the new era, right?
Somebody called it Tehran. Is that the actual name of the group? Somebody put in the chat, NFAC.
Yeah, something like that. Yep.
Not fucking around coalition.
Yeah.
Okay.
Exactly.
Yeah. They said yeah. So the NFAC fucked around and shot themselves. Is that what y'all trying to tell me?
They had a couple incidents where they didn't have guns misfire and all this type of shit. And they ain't bust a goddamn grave. They ain't hurt nobody but each other.
And see, that's the thing. And I say this a few times and it goes over people's head. You're not supposed to be telling nobody publicly what the fuck you doing. No way. Soon as you do that, you know you done fucked up, right? You know you done fucked up, right? Why the fuck would I broadcast my plan to my enemy? What sense do that make? But see, folks don't know how to move in silence. You know why? Because ego is involved. Everybody want to be the head honcho. Everybody want to show everybody how motherfucking smart they are. So you got to broadcast. And every time you do, you're going to get your ass handed to you. You supposed to be moving in silence. So that's why I don't fuck with groups. That's exactly why I don't fuck with groups. Because to get everybody to agree, it's going to be some fuckery involved. Because people don't know how to move in silence and make the shit happen. And furthermore, like I consistently say, if you can't make shit happen on your own, you can't make it happen collectively.
Yeah, because I move in silence. Any dirt I done it on the dolo.
Right, and any, master criminal will tell you, if I'm gonna go to jail, I'm gonna go on my own accord. I ain't going because somebody done snitched me out. So if I'm gonna do my dirt, goddammit, they gonna come get me because I did my dirt.
And I damn sure ain't telling no myself.
Exactly. You gonna have to have a bitch on tape. Something.
I don't care what they got on tape. I'm denying it all to the
it ain't me.
And I'm gonna keep denying it.
It wasn't me. Like you men do. It wasn't me. Motherfucker, I saw your car at that dust ass motel. It wasn't me.
Deep fake video.
It wasn't me. Right. Right. So, I mean, all right, Brother Sean, let me give you your clap. Well, I can't.
I just want people to think. Using common sense. I mean, I know that's a concept that's foreign to many people.
Right.
But common sense is that little voice that talk to you and tell you that shit just don't sound right or it don't feel right. Even without an explanation, it just tells you that shit just don't sound right.
Right.
Well, that shit just don't look right. I wouldn't fuck with that. That don't look cool.
Yep.
But then you just do it anyway.
And get caught up every time.
Right, and it's something that you learned to do.
Yeah.
You learn to be stupid.
Yeah, they do.
That's true.
I got told off myself because I tried to point out what has been done that our people have forgotten. They just either just my sister, speaking of my sister, she is part of the union. And she says, well, our union endorsed this person. Well, your union endorsed Obama, too. So when you going to wake up and smell the roses or the coffee?
Now, how dare you?
I
How dare
know
you
it.
bother her while she's sleeping?
Right. Right. And
You wouldn't-
that's a good point. Let people sleep comfortably. In their defense, and I have to give a shout out to Brother Seven. He said that years ago. I'm like, whoa. Who are we to try to wake somebody up out of their comfortable sleep? I know I get mad as fuck when I had just got in a deep sleep and somebody wake you up unnecessarily with some bullshit. Shit.
Mhm.
You be fighting, man. You be ready to fight. What the fuck? You wake all that stomping, coming in here slamming goddamn door. So
Right.
yeah,
You
we
can't go
have
back
to
to
look at
sleep.
it in that aspect too, right? Everybody's at different levels on their spiritual journey. So at the end of the day, you have to make stuff happen for yourself. And those that are on that same consciousness frequency with you, you will meet up and make stuff happen. But to keep trying to force, for those of you that are quote, quote, awake and on a spiritual journey, to keep trying to force where you are, on average, folks, you'll never get anywhere. Matter of fact, you'll wear yourself down.
Yeah, but tell those average folks to quit trying to throw sleeping pills at the goddamn
Yeah,
body.
now that too. That's why, in their defense, they really don't fuck with me because they know I'm not the one. But yeah, they do try to throw sleeping pill. I don't care what the fuck they try to throw. That
Right.
shit bounce right back on to them because I just don't have the energy to be wasting on bullshit.
It's so tiring, though. You have to admit, you come to scratch your head. It's like, man, where were you at? Shoot.
Right, but you gotta let them be. You
I
gotta
know.
let them be because you don't know what spiritually they've agreed to.
Mhm.
And somebody said in the comments, it was a little bit ago, that most of them are, just NPCs. Just, you know what I'm saying? They're just existing. So I'm finna motherfucking wear myself out over there. I think not. It don't matter. So, let them do them. And if, they want to repeat 26,000 years of fuckery, who am I? Enjoy.
Yeah, that's true.
Absolutely deep H2O. It's not for everyone. And as a matter of fact, as we were getting into this Alphabet Boys document, as they're breaking down the formula, the alchemy to hit those higher realms, you can't even bring them with you when you vibrate at a certain rate. It's not even in the formula. So they have to get their spin up. Their light has to spin at a certain rate to truly be free. And maybe they're not ready to spin at that rate, because remember, the flip side of spinning at that rate and being so free, that means you truly open up the possibilities and you get to create whatever you want. And most people, let's keep it real. Let's keep it crystal clear real. Most people, they don't even know what they want. How many times you get ready to do something, you all gassed up, people been talking shit for years. You be like, okay, well, come on, let's make it happen. I'm ready. I got my stuff here. Here's my piece. Oh, well, let me do this. Let me check with the wife. Let me do this. Let me save up for that. Let me pay on this, that. Most people not ready. Most people need a system. They need a doctrine because they're not at that point. So if you keep trying to push them on something they're not ready for,
you become the villain.
Right. Or it's the flip part, because you becoming the villain is really the easy way. You know what's really the fucked up way? When they start looking to you as the fucking Messiah. You done fucked up then. You know you done fucked up, right? I'm telling you. You know you done fucked up.
Yeah.
If somebody has to look at you as the Messiah, as their savior, you have officially fucked up. That's why those of you that have influence, that are able to capture people's attention / energy, don't think you don't have a responsibility if you're not making it crystal clear that folks are responsible for self. You are only the vessel to give them the information, to encourage them, to empower them to do it for self. If you want to be the one, you got to carry that baggage on your fucking back.
Oh, you also got to die.
That too. That literally, Brother Sean, I had that specific conversation with someone because in their mind, oh, I may not be here long. I'm like, let me tell you something. That Messiah shit is dead. What part of we're not in the Christ fish age? We're not in the Pisces age. That Messiah shit is gone. But you're absolutely right, Brother Sean. Taking on those titles, you gotta die. That's what you fucking taking on. And this the part that fucks me up. So I done built up this following and they waiting on me to fart and scratch.
Mm-hmm.
So what I've essentially done, I'm taking on that soul consciousness karma, and I got to repeat my fucking cycles with them. I fucking motherfucking think not.
And then on top of that, motherfuckers won't even let you rest. They keep invoking your goddamn name.
Exactly. You can't. God damn it, let me give you the bomb. We finna tell it tonight. YouTube can. That's what the fuck I'm talking about. Poe Noble Drew Ali, he can't motherfucking sleep to save his life. Cause niggas ain't done shit. Now that's just one example. And we can go on and on and on and on. Even Jesus, Joshua, whatever you want to say.
Oshun, Ogun,
Ogun. Is that nobody can rest because you motherfuckers, your candles, you're going to church, your communion, your Circle 7 Quran, your this, your that. You motherfuckers will not let somebody rest. So that's a perfect example. Thank you, Brother Sean. So you all out there with these platforms, with this fuck shit, You think even if you do perish by taking on that role, you perish physically, spiritually, your motherfucking ass ain't finna get no rest. Don't think you finna float up into the motherfucking ethers and be kicking it like, hey, no. Because you got to serve that time with your motherfucking followers. Because they going to keep bugging your ass. Literally, all of these movements with these leaders, they literally have not done shit.
No.
Literally.
Right.
And then will cuss you plumb the fuck out. When you bring up, well, you know, brother or sister so-and-so, here's how this ties to that. You know, that really doesn't have any correlation to that. Well, the prophet said, well, such and so said. All right, motherfucker, keep on rocking with that. Keep on rocking with that for the next couple of 100 years. Because nobody wants to have the spiritual maturity to take ownership of self. But then you want to turn around and get mad at the system. And then melanated people get mad at the white man. For what? You fucking act like a minor. So you gonna keep fucking being treated like a minor.
And fascinated with depth. That's one thing about our people that I don't understand when we turn into this ride or die culture, mainly against each other, and then wanting a ride or die chick.
Right.
If you love this woman, why you want her to die? Why would you want her to die for you?
Right.
As creators, as gods, kings, queens, all this stuff, all these titles y'all like to carry.
Right.
Why haven't y'all learned to love each other enough to live for each other?
Exactly. And to create.
Why don't you learn how to? Why don't you learn how to figure out some shit to do where either one of y'all ain't got to be putting your lives on the line for some stupid shit. And then be proud of that shit. Your girl that got killed.
Well, you
y'all
know,
running around drinking, popping bottles, this, that, and the other, talking about she was a rider, that chick, but she did.
Right. Which is just such the opposite of what manhood is supposed to be about. It's such the pussification. I really feel sorry for the younger generation. That, I mean, oh my God, that's just, I mean, how low can you go? Your girl will do your bed. She'll do your bed for you. She'll take a bullet for you. What? Nigga, what?
Yeah.
No, motherfucker, I don't think so. Matter of fact, you can't even bring that foolishness up in this house. How about that?
Stick this up in your stuff.
Huh? What you say?
Stick this up in your coochie.
Right. 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 Stick this up in your yoni. Bring that to the nigga. What? No. Old school. You keep that shit in the streets.
Well, you know, it's a lot of things. It's so kind of convoluted. People think that love. If you leave me, I'll kill you, but I love you. That don't even compute.
Yeah, that's that sick cycle.
Yeah, that's really sick. How can you tell somebody I love you and then you kill them if they leave you?
But ain't that what God do and send you to hell forever?
Well,
I guess. Yeah, well.
You getting a clap.
It's really sad.
It is.
You know, but that they perpetrate this stuff, and those cases are the ones they put on the news first, of course. It's that murder-suicide kind of stuff, that undying love. It's so, and it's death.
It's toxic. It's toxic. So it's like two low vibrational beings just on some low vibrational shit, quite frankly. And then have the audacity to bring souls into the realm. So it's just fucked up. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Brother Sean.
That was so sad.
Yeah, so it's a lot of cleanup that needs to be done. Most aren't ready for higher level shit. Most aren't even ready for nation building. They're not.
They can't pull their own family together.
Exactly. And I've said that all the time. You got to sweep around your own doorstep. You have to. Absolutely. So those of you that do get it, your particular journey, your energy, it's precious because it's yours. So you have to make a choice. You want to repeat the cycle with folks, and that's okay if you want to do that. Hey, beloved, knock yourself out. Or do you want to move on? It's totally, totally up to you. Just truly get what you're doing and the decisions that you are making. That's all. No, you can't, Tehran. You can't have a nation if your family is broken. That's how a nation starts out, a collective group of people. Absolutely.
But you notice how they have our people focused on death, and now they're talking spirituality and trying to live on forever.
Right. Right.
But all our people thinking about is doom and gloom.
Right. And manifesting and creating that. They're creating their own reality. We talked about that in the paper with the Alphabet Boys.
I put up a post about Biden's son, just talking about all of the shit that they now covering up. Mm-hmm. And somebody came on the post and said, "You're talking about Biden's son and we're fighting for our lives."
Huh? What am I missing?
That's what I'm trying to figure out. Trump ain't came and laid a hand on no goddamn body. Trump gonna talk all the shit in the world, but Trump ain't gonna lift a finger to do nothing to nobody. The Dems and they programs, they the ones that's been killing our people. Every one of these false flag events has been by Soros and the Dems. They the ones having these scenes enacted out.
Mostly in Democratic states too, right?
Yeah.
And
nobody sees that. Nobody sees that.
And let's even keep it even more simpler than that, since they motherfucking stinking asses don't want to get that. So you trying to tell me we fighting for our lives because of the Republican Party?
Because of Donald Trump.
Right, because the Trump card.
We wasn't fighting for our lives with Bush and them in office and all the fucked up shit they did.
Right, but here's where I'm going with that. Walk with me a little bit here.
Okay, sis, let's walk.
So we fight for our lives from the Dems and from the Repubs and Trump card, but we not fighting for our lives in Chicago gang live shooting, in Philly drive-by shootings. We're not fighting for our lives with melanated women being snatched and trafficked, melanated children being snatched and trafficked.
Mm-mm.
Not
was
having
Trump and
access to fresh food, none of that.
Mm-mm.
We're not fighting for our lives on that. But what Trump card is doing, we fight for our lives. Oh, okay then.
Exactly.
Okay.
No, his lies has problems for you. You dying because of his lies. You dying because he didn't get to the COVID sooner, and it's your secondary conditions of diabetes and obesity. And obesity and all these other things, drug use and cigarette smoking. That didn't kill you, but he didn't move fast enough. Okay. That's what they're trying to say. They
worried about his militia group that he told to just stand by and stand down.
Right, but they not worried about man them
doing all that stuff
in the neighborhoods killing. Well, let's be clear though. You worried about a white militia group that they can't pay them motherfuckers to come to the hood. They cannot pay them to come to the hood with that fuck shit. You worried about them, but not man them. That's killing each other, and then you getting caught in the crossfire. You're not worried about that.
You gotta do it.
They're used to that.
But I'm crazy for pointing that out.
Yep.
No, family, that's mental fucking illness on their part. And I don't have the patience nor the energy for it. I'm not participating in the fuckery.
Mm-hmm.
I have had people go off on me because I'm like, okay, so because of George Floyd, you outraged. Where was the outrage this past weekend in the Chi when it was like 30, 40, 50 people in one weekend getting shot and dying? Oh, that's a separate issue. Bitch, what you mean it's a separate issue? You're just negative. Okay, I'll be that. You're just fucking stupid and mentally ill.
Mm-hmm.
Because everybody want to put it on somebody else. It's somebody else's issue, somebody else's problem. And if that's how you want to live, keep living like that. I just don't want no fucking part of it. I'm not co-signing you. I'm not holding up the fuckery. I want no parts of it. So keep on rocking with that lie. Keep on fooling yourself.
Yeah, but also when you bring up that stuff about the trafficking and the children, to some of them, one of the other things they bring up is, didn't Trump say grab him by the pussy?
What the fuck that got to do with trafficking?
That's what I'm trying to figure out.
And again, I'm going to bring it back to people don't give a fuck because they let it happen in their own families. We want to keep it real, and I'm going to always bring this up. They don't give a fuck because they let it happen in their own family. Oh, don't talk about that. Generations upon generations of abuse.
Mm-hmm. And in the clubs. I mean, how many chicks getting their ass and pussies grabbed?
Just as disrespectful, exactly.
And sit up and laugh about it and giggle about it, or this, that, or the other, or still talk to the dude.
Yeah, somebody taped where these young ladies were melanated, young melanated girls was just trying to walk in the gas station. And these melanated young men outside of the gas station hooping and hollering and grabbing on them. And so come on, y'all, don't play with me. Don't play with me.
Like all this shit that go down at the Freak League, they used to go down at the Freak League.
Exactly.
All type of women out there being raped and people just walking past, looking at it.
Yeah, that's why they had to shut that shit down.
I mean, people actually know rapists personally, know them.
Yeah, they know. Absolutely.
And still cool with them.
Yeah,
and
absolutely they know.
Cool with them.
Absolutely they know.
Well, you know, I'm going to say something nasty.
Go ahead, sis. Say it. I want to hear it. Say it. Say it.
This stuff has gone on in our churches for a long time.
I'm finna sip my water. Child.
You know, they know that they preach it.
Baby, they the nastiest.
It's the nastiest
They
one.
are the most nasty. Yeah, I'm reading Auntie Riri's unauthorized biography. Baby. Them church folks are nasty.
And they be chasing them girls and
the boys too.
And the boys
sips water.
It started in our churches, and because they symbolize the Savior representing God, people turn a deaf eye to it. So, you know, and so the young men and all these other ones who follow that lead can keep doing that and perpetrating that crime against society because their gospel leaders, their God-fearing, supposed to be leaders, do the same thing.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And it goes back to misogynist ways. You know, and at the end of the day, on the spiritual side, it's really just dominating energy. That's all it really is. And, you know, pushing that patriarchic force. And that's why men get upset when we say that the patriarch movement, the whole patriarch rule and realm, it's corrupt. It's low vibrational. Look what the fuck it has created. And so now we're to the point where even that particular energy is so out of balance, it really does not have any more strength. Although it really didn't have any strength, it was taking the strength from the feminine side, but now even that strength is diminishing. And that's another reason you see the rise of effeminate men. Now it's twofold. It is the decline of the patriarch, but it's also those particular souls picking up the feminine energy and processing it a different way.
It's imbalanced.
Absolutely.
Because of their disdain for the divine feminine.
Absolutely.
Refusal to give her due respect.
Absolutely.
In everything that we do. So they're paying for that.
It is payback now. I ain't finna sit here a lot. It was interesting. She always has very great posts that really spark people to think. This is Sis Katari, the same sis that put out about the Electoral College. So she put out about the polygamy. And then what's the one that you call where the women have multiple men? Is it polyandry?
Polyandry.
Yeah, polyandry. So the polyandry one, as I suspected, the men were just going crazy. Oh, that's nasty. Her stuff gonna be stinking. That's all this crazy shit. And what I found just really, really interesting, and not that I'm rocking with that at all, because one man is too much motherfucking work. Y'all big ass babies, that's a lot of work. Lord knows 2 or 3. Ain't nobody got that fucking amount of time or energy. I got other shit to do. But the men had all of these type of excuses. And so when we were in the comments, we're like, oh, so you for polygamy? Well, that's natural. So I just found it so hilarious. Oh, and then this one brother, bless his heart. And I don't mean by be less. I'm saying it in a Southern way. He goes, well, not many women can handle multiple men. And so it's Brother Sean, we just in the comments like busting the fuck up. I'm like, bruh, let me tell you, like an 80-year-old woman told me when I was in my 20s, the pole will never wear out the hole. You can bullshit yourself, bruh, but you gonna get your feelings hurt. Now, you got a lifespan on your thing. And the more you use it as in your 20s and your 30s, the more you can't use it when you get in your 40s. So let's stop sitting up here fucking playing. Okay, so just all of the things they were putting out there and trying to give all these fucked up scientific facts, and we was spanking their ass with that. Like, no, bruh, that's not true. And furthermore, you're not finna sit up here and tell me about my body. And then one brother was like, oh, you know, she sleep with too many men, she gonna get to stinking. I said, so, and I'm dirty as fuck for this. I said, oh, so are you speaking out of experience? So nonetheless, the point of the post was to show how deep this patriarch mindset is. That the sole job of women is to serve a man. Motherfucker, you got that twisted.
It is.
Uh-huh.
But if you think about it, a lot of motherfuckers play off into the polyandry shit anyway when they sleeping with strippers.
That's what the sis said. She said, so nigga, what you saying? Because when you got side pieces, that's exactly what she said. And you bringing back filth and disease to her. Oh, her yoni don't stink then. So what the fuck is you really saying?
Or niggas that sleep with somebody else's woman, you sharing.
Exactly.
And you know it.
Yeah, and you know you sharing.
You
know you sharing. All of y'all want to talk about, side niggas club, side chicks club, this, that, and the third. But then when we flip them terms on you, oh, that's nasty. What nigga ain't your nasty ass doing it now?
Mm-hmm.
And then the thing of it is, if you want to do that, do you. I'm not here to try to judge you, but shit, be honest about it. You supposed to be a man. You supposed to be a G. Lay your shit on the table. Say you community dick. Just go and admit you community dick. And if somebody want to rock with your community dick, they rock with your community dick.
And what about these niggas with this lame shit? Ain't no fun if the homies can't handle it.
Just nastiness.
But
Just
the chicks that go along with that though.
Yeah,
but that's still polyandry though.
It is.
That's one
I totally agree.
Not have all those dudes.
I totally agree. I totally agree. You not finna get no objections from me. So people just play games. They bullshit themselves. They don't want to tell the truth. They just don't. And you know, it is what it is. You adults. That's your PP. That's your vagina. Do you? Do you? You like swapping fluids? You like swapping energies and spirits? Lovecrafting already tried to show you what that succubus does. That bitch wasn't playing, baby.
Hey, sis.
Mm-hmm.
But another thing that guys say, they be worried about whether or not the pussy gonna be worn out. She done did it to 100 niggas.
The pole, let me restate this. The pole will never wear out the hole. That was from an 80-year-old something woman. She's able to have 8-pound, 10-pound babies. So in the grand scheme of things, you doing what?
Exactly. But the point I'm getting to is, let's say she do it to 50 guys. That's 50 times. But in the course of a relationship, y'all do it 50 times. Is her pussy wore out?
Right. It's just crazy. It's just crazy.
Guys be worried about whether or not somebody had a bigger dick than them.
Right.
They be worried about stupid shit.
Exactly. Immaturity.
But a baby is bigger than any dick.
Right. It's just simply crazy. Simply crazy. And then want to get on there talking about a woman's body parts. Oh, you know, her stuff stretched out, her boobs sagging. I'm like, nigga, we not gonna talk about them soggy ass balls now, are we? You don't want to talk about that. And again, she gonna outlast you. She can put on her a bra, push them puppies up, go get her some surgery, get her some Kegel balls, tighten her shit up, but your balls still gonna be droopy. And you better hope you can get it up, because you done burnt out your prostate. Because you don't value your orgasms. You don't value them. You don't value your erections. So, you know, hey, keep on playing. What you say, Scotty Sander? Yeah, Scotty, I had this one guy, and we was all joking in our defense, because he gonna put up there about a woman's puss lips dragging. I said, oh, nigga, no, you didn't. What about them soggy balls? he had to fall out. He fell all. He said, yeah, you got. I said, yeah, I know goddamn well I got you. I know I got you. And some of y'all so wore out, we hear us old heads hear 30-something-year-olds running to us about y'all saggy ass balls and how you can't perform. Because no one has sat down, no one is sitting down teaching these youngsters what sex really is. And how, as a man, if you don't take care of your body, and I'm not even talking about physical shape and eating and all that. We know all that, yeah. But if you are careless with your ejaculation, you literally wear out your parts. Literally.
They say each male ejaculation is the equivalent of losing a pint of blood.
Yep. That's deep. That's deep. And you know, brothers, if you, and I understand if you got to do what you got to do, you don't want to be out there swapping fluids. and swapping spiritual fluids. I understand you care about your health physically and your spiritual health. I understand health. I understand that. But yeah, even with you pleasuring yourself, if you finishing all the way, that's a toll on your body. Absolutely, Brother Sean. Absolutely. Great point. So, Sister Vinny, you got me rolling. And yeah, I'm telling you, sis, he had the nerve to say that with his regular ass. He know who I'm talking about too. And we all had a good laugh about it. You know, us, you know, over 40, late 40, early 50 crowd be, you know, jonesing on each other. And he gonna try to talk about women. Nigga, I know you ain't finna talk about nobody. You need a bra for them balls. Let's start with that. So, all right, y'all. We don't get off of that. See, that's why I have to put on YouTube that this is not a show for the children. Because I swear we didn't mean to go there, y'all. I swear we didn't. But I guess we had to. So, with that said, let me bring up this information. I do want to share with the family, when we were talking about the specific hurts, when we showed the wave last week, out of the Alphabet Boys document, and I told you that wave represents the 3, the 6, the 9, where Tesla based all of his technology off of. And by the way, y'all, I went to look for the Tesla movie with David Bowie. I couldn't find it, y'all. I was gonna watch it this weekend. I could not find it. But I did find they actually have a new one with Ethan Hawke. I watched the early released one. And it's called Tesla. So Ethan Hawke is playing Tesla. And, you know, it was going over his little life story and, you know, the whole Edison thing and the different technology, woo. And I mean, I literally had to watch it again because I fell asleep on it. So, I mean, it shows the technology. It shows the levitation in there. It shows the Tesla towers. It shows the wireless technology. And they talked about alchemy. They specifically mentioned alchemy. They mentioned vibrations. So it was good because I know what they were supposed to be mentioning. I just don't think they did a good job with the movie. So I'm gonna try to find a David Bowie one. I really want to check that one out. And ironically, the illusionist, see, y'all talked that and y'all spoke that into existence because this weekend the illusionist came on. And I'm like, oh man, the family was talking about that one. That's the one with the magicians making themselves appear in different places. So the Star Trek scenario, the teleport thing, but except the magician was doing it. And if I remember right, I think he was getting in that chest with the motherfucking chains around it and going underwater. But then he would die, but then his body, he transported basically. He used alchemy, transported, and then came back in. So that the illusionist, y'all, wind up coming on this weekend. So I didn't watch it. I might even watch that this weekend again, but I'll try to find a David Bowie one. But I couldn't find it, family. All right, so here we go. I do want to share. Now I'm gonna be fired up if I can't find it. Let me go. Yep, here it is. So hold on a second. I'm trying to bring it up just a second. I want to go over these vibratory tones, the sacred vibrations. Now, originally, we talked about last week how the original music scale, they changed it to, what's the fucked up one, Brother Sean? And then it's from 432 to 440, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, from 432 to 440. There was an original sacred musical scale that we are supposed to be using. This particular scale, shit, and I had, let me make sure, because I said I want to pronounce it right. Y'all know my country behind. Of course, I didn't write it down. That's okay. When I pull it up, y'all see what I'm talking about. So I want to go through these vibratory rates. And I know some of you have seen this before. Matter of fact, my first or second show, I talked about this. And I talk about it often. But this is just a refresher for those that have never seen this before. So, let me turn this stuff on, YouTube. Get the window capture. All right, YouTube. Hold on a second. All right, it's not that one. Is it this one? What's in the vibration? Nope. Everything runs so slow. I think this is it, y'all. Yes, that's it. See, YouTube. I'm waiting for you to catch up, YouTube. Just a second. There we go. All right, YouTube. There you are. So, when you see this word, and I forgot how to pronounce it, but notice that soul is in there. This is the term for the sacred geometry frequencies. So the original musical scale, supposedly classical music, which those melanated Europeans were the ones creating that stuff, use this scale. So that, what is it? That do, re, fa, sa, y'all know what I'm talking about. Do, re, mi, blah, blah, blah. When you're singing that originally, this was the scale that was supposed to be used. So they changed it to a lower vibrational. And Brother Sean broke it down very well last week when we talked about that 440, which they changed it from 432 to 440. And 440, you add the 4 plus the 8, you get a loop. And so Brother Sean was saying in the rap songs, that's the hook, the loop, the hook. All right? To get you like in that groove, in that frequency of that song that don't be talking about shit, but low vibrational stuff. So, here we go. We're going to go over this. So, I'm just going to say soul frequencies make up the ancient 6-tone scale thought to have been used in sacred music, including the beautiful and well-known Gregorian chants. The chants and their special tones were believed to impact spiritual blessings when sung in harmony. Each soul tone is comprised of a frequency required to balance your energies and keep your body, mind, and spirit in perfect harmony. So all of these keys or these vibratory frequencies, hertz, have a meaning. So meaning, if you are tuned in or listening to them, it is used to help your particular vibratory scale get something out of it. So for example, 396, I use that in one of my opening songs to this show. That's one of the background vibratory tones that I use. It's liberating guilt and fear. 417, undoing situations and facilitating change. 528, I use that one also in one of the intro songs. Transformation and miracles, DNA repair. 639 hertz, connecting relationships. 741, expression solutions. 852, returning to the spiritual order. Now here's the thing. If we take this, each one of these, and we add them up, so hopefully YouTube, you're not buffering. I'm getting a message on my end that you're buffering. So for example, we're going to take the 3 plus 9 plus 6. It equals 18. You add the 1 plus the 8, you're going to get 9. So each one of these scales, I'm going to go through and add them up. And each and every last one of these are going to reduce to one of these three numbers. The 3, the 6, the 9. Remember what we said? The 3, the 6, the 9 represents that wave. Okay? So 396, that represents 9. The 4 plus 1 plus 7 is 12. 1 plus 2 is 3. So 417 represents 3. 5 plus 2 plus 8 represents 6. So 528 represents 6. 6 plus 3 plus 9, 18 represents the 9. So 639 represents the 9. 7 plus 4 plus 1 represents the 12. So 741 represents 3. Remember, 369, the wave. And so the last one, 8 plus 5 plus 2 represents 15. The 1 plus the 5 is 6. So 369, the wave. So remember last week when we were in the Alphabet Boys document, and I'm going to bring it back up in just a second, when they showed the picture of the wave, they showed you how you manifest. They gave you the formula. And they talked about you had to click out in that wave, and then that's when you're defying space and time. And then when you go above that scale, so you're spinning, your vibratory rate is spinning higher and higher, you go above the wave, that's when you get into limitless. All right, so I'll bring that chart back up in a second. All right, so it's no accident that this particular sacred geometry scale is pretty much, it's not talked about anymore. Okay, so meaning, imagine if our music was truly tuned to the wave, to the scale, what impact this would have on folk consciousness. All right, so where do the tones come from? According to Professor Willie Appeal, the origins of the ancient soul scale can be traced back to a medieval hymn to John the Baptist. Now, you know we don't believe this bullshit, all right? We know that this scale is really just the universal tones. It's just tones that follow that wave, that alchemy for creation / manifestation. The hymn has the peculiarity that the first 6 lines of music commence respectively on the first 6 succession notes of the scale, and thus the first syllable of each line was sung to a note 1 degree higher than that first syllable of the line that preceded it. Because the music held mathematic resonance. Read that again. Because the music held mathematic resonance. I just gave you what that resonance is. Just simply by adding the 3 numbers together and reducing them. And they either can reduce to a 3, a 6, or a 9. Okay? Now they not gonna tell you that here, but I done told you. Okay? So the original frequencies were capable of spiritually inspiring mankind to be more what? God kind. So what are they telling you? They're telling you that if you tune into the mathematic resonance frequency of the 369, you're tuning into the God code. And we know that because the Alphabet Boys paper showed you the wave, the 369 wave. It showed you on that scale that if you click out, you're able to create God things. All right. And remember that 369 is what Tesla based his technology on. So Tesla didn't invent that stuff. I told y'all that out the gate. Basically, he was given that ancient geometry. And he was just able to read the information to create that particular technology. And hell, who's to say that that he wasn't literally handed the blueprint to create that technology? All right, but nonetheless, that's what his technology is based on. All right, so the original soul scale was developed by a monk. All right, but I'm telling you, it wasn't invented by him. That's just universal code. It's just universal code, the God code, the alchemy. All right, so it was used by singers to learn chants and songs more easily. Okay, that's what I was trying to say, y'all. I'm getting to it. Today, we know the soul scales as 7 ascending notes. This is what I was trying to say, y'all. Assigned to the syllables do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ta, or ti. I don't know, y'all. Shit, I might have that wrong. The original scale was 6 ascending notes assigned to ut, re, mi, fa, sol, la. So you see how they changed it? The do, re shit is what they going by today. This below, this is the one in harmony with the universe. So somebody purposely changed it. because they know the codes of alchemy. Remember, when I keep talking about, and we're going to get deeper into that in this series, ringing that bell, emitting a certain frequency. All right, so they still claiming this from St. John. I'm telling y'all, it ain't. Let me see how far I want to get into this. I'm not going to get into this no further. Oh, we can go to this part though. I'm not going to read all of that. Oh, I did want to read one part in here though. In other words, so people could live together in peace and communicate in harmony about the miracles in their life and how God blessed them to produce this magic. People's true, unpolluted spiritual natures required revelation. The above text seems to suggest that soul notes open up a channel communication with the divine. So now that we're reading the Alphabet Boys documentation, although the spiritual folk, we've been telling y'all how everything is made up of frequency / vibration. When they're talking about communicating with the divine, they're really talking about being in tune with the universe divine. So using that alchemy, that click out, to tap into the divine universal God code. That's what they're talking about. All right. So here's what they're breaking down. The original sacred musical scale, they're lining it up to the frequencies. So this particular the sacred musical scale note, it's lined up to 396. Liberation, guilt, and fear. So in other words, turning grief into joy. Ray, 417 hertz, undoing situations and facilitating change. Me, 528, transformation and miracles, repairing DNA. Fa, the 639, relationships connecting with spiritual family. Soul, 741, expression, solution, cleaning, and solving, which makes sense. Why do you think melanated people call it soul music? When you listen to that soul music, it touches your soul. We say it touches your soul. It gets deep down in your soul. It makes you feel things. It may help you resolve things. Many of artists that put out great bodies of work say that when they're going through something, that's when they're able to put out their greatest work. Because they're tapping into that soul level frequency, that 741. All right. So now they're just showing you right next to it, and then La, 852, returning to spiritual order. So they're showing you your particular energy centers, your chakras, your Merkaba, and how they resonate at a frequency. They spin. Okay? Remember, we talked about, even reading the Alphabet Boys documentation, they talked about from the sole of your feet to your root, all the way up. And remember, we talked about that heart chakra It's the gateway between the higher and lower realms. And once you resolve what you need to pass that heart chakra, you're able to get up to that crown chakra. And that 33 is that adubla abegotten. And then when you get to this level, you're at the limitless. That's when we talked about last week, when you have that soft spot in your top of your head, your crown, and how newborn babies, the mothers always protect that baby's crown. Because that's the gateway for your energy to tap into and connect to the divine universe God code to be limitless. Okay. So let me see. Let's see. All right. They did get into Nikola Tesla. Tune yourself back to the perfect vibrations. Nikola Tesla, the greatest genius and the father of electromagnetic engineering, had once said, if you only knew the magnificence of the 3, 6, and 9, then you would hold a key to the universe. And I'm going to bring back up this picture in a minute from the Alphabet Boys documentation. The 369, the wave. And when you click out, you're defying space and time. And then when you rise above that scale, you're in the limitless. You're at the source. You are one with the universe. Okay? Albert Einstein stated concerning matter, we have been all wrong. What we call matter is energy, whose vibration has been so lowered as to be perceptible to the senses. There is no matter. All matter beings vibrate at specific rates, and everything has its own melody. Now, shout out to Brother Seven Bomar. Check him out on YouTube. He has a YouTube channel, University, or I think it's Understanding. He has a bodies of work under University. He was the only person and the first person I heard say that each particular person who you truly are, you have a unique individual song to you. And we really connect with each other based on the song or the frequency emission that you put out. I thought that was absolutely powerful. Very much so powerful. Which would make sense if you've ever been around somebody and that person ain't bit more done something to you. You just met them and they come around you and you're like, I can't stand this motherfucker. Because whatever their song, whatever tune their song was, you just was not rocking with it. You wasn't feeling it. And then it's the opposite. You can just meet someone and you're like, oh my goodness, I love this person. What do we usually say? We really vibe. Absolutely, you vibe. Because their song and your song, your harmony blended well together. Okay? So now this should also make sense that all matter beings vibrate at specific rates and everything has its own melody. So this goes back to what we were talking about earlier, where folks trying to get everybody to be on the same page. It doesn't work that way. It doesn't work that way. Because each individual, you have your own unique melody. So it'll never work with you trying to bring somebody in the circle whose melody is not in tune.
Mm-hmm.
That's like having somebody in a harmonizing group with a fucked up voice.
Okay.
Sorry, go ahead, sis.
Well, also they found that the stars sing, the planet sings.
Tell us, sis.
The whole universe actually sings, and they sing these balancing tunes, do re mi fa sol la ti do, to keep everything in harmony in the universe. Now I'm gonna say something.
Let me give you your bomb. I can't give it to you because I have to manually do it because I'm not on that screen. Wait a minute, I might have put it on there because you deserve your bomb. I did because I got tired of not. So you too heard your bomb. Okay, sis, go ahead.
That is scriptural.
Oh Lord, Lord, go on and bring in your scriptures, sis.
It was a spoken word.
I'm gonna give you that, but that's alchemy in the Bible.
Exactly, it's alchemy in the Bible. It
Absolutely.
was a spoken word that made creation, because the word vibrated in existence.
Absolutely.
Things. So that's all I wanted to.
No, I'm loving that. I'm loving that. I'm even gonna give you a hand clap on that because you're right. You're absolutely right.
So when the creator, he changed the frequency for the things. So we shouldn't deal with all these things and love the things because they don't have the same frequency that we have.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So when we get into the next part of this series, why y'all think I got my motherfucking bell? Because that's basically what they're doing when they're doing these resets.
And they're resetting what they want to reset with that frequency.
With that frequency. Absolutely. Absolutely. So that's another hand clap. Absolutely, sis. Absolutely. That's exactly.
That's why things are not compatible to us, because they have a different frequency and a different life cycle. So,
yes.
A lot of people like things, like cash, currency.
Right. Exactly.
Currency has a different frequency than we do. And we can't take it with us because it is on a different frequency.
Exactly. Very good, sis. Excellent point. Excellent points. Yes.
But that's what they're resetting, your frequency.
Absolutely.
So that they can keep you trapped in the lower realms.
Yep.
Other than that, if they were to let you just rise in frequency, then they can't feed off of you.
They can't feed off you.
So they have to keep resetting you.
Mm-hmm.
That
and
is
in
correct.
the reset, like they said, as far as for this particular era, you get 1,000 years to recharge, to be brand new, to be fully powered for them to feast.
Exactly.
For the next 25,000 or so years.
That's right. Tell it. Let me give you your hand clap. Tell it, Brother Sean.
We eternal beings, is beyond me. Freedom is yours. You have to take it. You give it so much away, and you can't blame them for wanting to get it back, because why would I give you back something that you gave me that's sustaining my life?
Exactly.
You can't, because your purpose is different.
I'm not just going to willingly die because all of a sudden you start thinking about the fact that this shit kind of ain't right.
Right.
Okay, it ain't right, but I still got to live, motherfucker.
Exactly.
That's why they don't care about what we know.
Yeah.
That's why all this information is out there. They really don't give a fuck.
They really
what
don't.
we're saying. It's the frequency
Exactly
that comes along with it, because plenty of other people can say the exact same thing, but it's at a lower frequency.
Right.
And it's a matter of who they're reaching or connecting with at that frequency. It don't matter if you connected with 1 million or 2 million motherfuckers. If y'all all on that low vibrational shit.
Right, on some bullshit. Right.
They got you right where they want you. They eating good off of that shit. Y'all think y'all beating on the beast and this, that, and the other. No, he doing his feast and he having a fucking smorgasbord off your ass.
Exactly.
But
indeed,
y'all want to, they actually still want to hold on to the system. All they thinking about is coming up financially.
Exactly. To be the new caretakers or trustees of the remix.
But nothing about the land or mama.
No, they don't give a fuck.
But you have to, or mama gonna get rid of your ass.
Well,
I mean, it's pretty much a done deal, especially with all these people that's running around happy. Oh, I put my vote in early. Okay, well, you signed it fake early. You could at least head to the third before you doomed yourself. No, you was doom yourself.
Right.
Go ahead.
Right. Do you, boo?
That just make it clear for me who the fuck to stay away from. Cause I don't want to be nowhere near you when you get hit by plasma or get sucked up into a goddamn hole some goddamn where. I don't want to be nowhere around you when none of that shit happens.
Exactly. Exactly. And matter of fact, I'm gonna ask the plasma in a respectful and polite way to if it doesn't mind, please don't have that shit around my motherfucking doorstep.
Right.
Have my plants and flowers and vegetable garden involved.
Right.
If you could be so kind, I truly appreciate it, plasma.
Right, because we ain't on that fuck shit.
Right, we not on the fuck shit. Now, after the aftermath, if you need me to go out there and collect the motherfucking ashes, whatever the case may be, I got you on that. But if you could be so kind to, not let it impact my front door and my vegetable garden and my motherfucking flowers, I would truly, truly appreciate it.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Okay, so we talked about every matter being vibrates at a specific rate and everything has its own melody. The musical nature of nuclear matter from atoms to galaxies is now finally being recognized by science. That is why these frequencies are so powerful. That's why I keep banging on where the real power is. This is the real power. It's the frequencies. It's the wave. That's the real power. That's the God code. All that other shit is secondary. And I know it's rough to really take that into your consciousness so your computer can process it and sink into your subconsciousness to start utilizing these things. But as long as you keep making those decisions, remember we talked about the 1 and the 0. 1 is true, 0 is false. So when the information comes into your brain, if it's not familiar to you, if it's not something that you feel, if it's not familiar to you, and if it is threatening some existing programming in your brain, then you shut it down with the 0. So you stop the information. And therefore you stay on the same programming. And that's how people get caught in the loop. Because even people that have, quote, quote, call themselves conscious, that's why the whole term conscious community has literally fucking became a joke. Because people running around here calling themselves conscious, but they're still talking about nation building and paperwork. And they still really don't believe and are practicing where the true power is, with the frequency and the vibration. So even the whole idea of consciousness, or the movement of consciousness, or the conscious movement has been hijacked. Because folk got from here. So when you hear what tune is good for you, there's some hoes in this house, there's some hoes in this house, that's good to you. Then when you balance that out, you tired of the fuck shit, and you start rising up, many people get stuck at the heart chakra. They get stuck. They get stuck. Because that heart chakra is the gateway of totally letting go the lower nature and utilizing the higher nature, and then learning to balance and regulate your entire vessel. Because if you can't make it past the heart chakra, you can't get to the throat chakra. What does your throat do? It's sound. It creates vibration. So if you can't get past the heart, you can't get to this.
Can't speak things into existence.
Exactly. Let me give you your bomb. Exactly. So what happens is when people come out of the lower vibration and you learn it, you're like, this some motherfucking bullshit. You mean I've been trapped all this, goddamn it, this, that. But then you get stuck in the heart. Get stuck in the heart chakra. You can't resolve and get past the anger. Don't we have something on here? We don't even have something on here for anger. The guilt and the fear too. So you can't make it all the way up this scale. So then you start searching for other programming.
Well,
the programming is not at this level. It's raised up on the scale. But it's still a program, and it's still not getting you to creation. So when you're at this level, this is where we get into the whole paperwork, nation building. We got to have everybody to do X, Y, Z. A lot of ego is still here. Because you've raised up out of feeling like shit about yourself, feeling you're not worth a damn, to feeling good about yourself, but you're still taking on other programs. You're still blocked because you haven't resolved or balanced that heart chakra to get to those higher realms to create. So I'm sorry. Go ahead, sis. I know you were trying to get it in. I didn't want to lose that thought.
Fear leads to anger, because fear, you generate fear because you lack self-control. You can't control the situation, so fear comes up because you're going to lose whatever you have, you know. Like in a relationship, if you fear that this guy is cheating on you, this girl is cheating on you, then you get kind of crazy, right? And you start, anger comes in after that, and then you want to destroy them because you need to control your destiny, which you don't have control over because you're using the wrong instruments to control it.
Right. And so fear, and really folks, some say that there's only fear and love. Those are really the only true vibrations. So fear, look at it from all the way here. And when you're fight or flight fear, you're really here. But fear can also be here. That's what you were talking about, sis, with the whole love thing. You fearful in love that somebody gonna leave you, all of that fuck shit. But then when you're love and it's pure unconditional love, where you like, hey, it is what it is, bro. Sus, it is what it is. Then this, when you start to operate here, because you've resolved, you've balanced this, and then you're able to rise above.
You've already accepted yourself first.
Exactly.
And your heart chakra and your kundalini and all that kind of stuff.
Exactly.
You've already accepted that you're worthy of love and you love yourself.
So you're getting a bond.
You don't have to use fear, which is that you have to use your body to get what you want.
Exactly. So when we talked about, I know we spent quite some, we was kind of jibbing earlier when we was talking about people's body parts and men talking all of that jazz about their private parts and women's private parts and who gonna do what to whom and how you can make somebody feel. And this where you at with that. And really? That's just one aspect. So what? So if this is ruling you, your Kit Kat and your peen is ruling you, this is where you are at the spectrum. That's what you want to use this entire beautiful vessel for? That's, and I even move from saying it's animalistic. Because in the animals' defense, they ain't got time to be laying up all day screwing. They got things to do too.
Mm-hmm. It says.
Mm-hmm.
But fear also ties into the inability to let go.
I agree.
And it's been said that love is the highest frequency.
Mm-hmm.
But I really don't believe it is, because the heart chakra has two above it, actually more.
Yep.
The highest frequency is returning to nothingness.
Here.
It's returning to nothingness.
Yep. Getting to this level.
And chaos is the second most powerful energy or highest frequency.
Mm-hmm.
Because you get order from chaos.
That's a very
Love
good point.
blooms from chaos.
Indeed. Creation was from chaos.
Exactly. Everything in creation is chaotic.
Yep.
I mean, the whole process of being born, or the whole process of whole trees coming out of little seeds.
Yes.
Your whole transformation, everything. It's all violent. Even the process of eating is chaos. It's violence.
Mm-hmm.
But we don't embrace and balance our chaotic nature. You know, people think that spirituality is supposed to just be running around smelling roses and kissing and hugging.
Wait, let me give you your bomb. Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Chaos is part of who and what you are, because you're a guardian. How the fuck you gonna guard something if you a weak bitch? But you've been taught to suppress your chaotic nature. You've been told that it's wrong. You've been told to turn the other cheek, not slap the shit out of a motherfucker right back.
Right, because they keep them here. They keep them here. And then when they get to the pineal gland, just stay at the instead of hitting there, getting to nothingness. Because actually, when you get here and you on your way here, you like, I wish a motherfucker would. And they not, because they can't even get there.
Exactly.
But your whole cipher, all of this, is supposed to be coded indestructible from a spiritual perspective. They even gave you the formula in the Alphabet Boys papers. Even physically, you can train and put into existence the matter of your vessel to operate a certain way. But most definitely, from a spiritual perspective, your shit's supposed to be other beings that can't operate past this level. They're supposed to see your light. They're supposed to hear your tone and be, it's supposed to literally hurt them to be around you. That's how in tune and higher tapped into that God particle you are supposed to be. And so that's why when you have others that work on keeping their spiritual house in order and utilizing that chaos realm. When they say, and I say I don't give a fuck, I mean I don't give a fuck. That's why we say that, because we're not concerned about here and here. It literally hurts us. It literally hurts us to be stuck in here and here. That's fucking painful to us. So this is what this is about, family. This is what the reset is about. Where on the scale do you want to be? And I'm telling you, if you want to be free, you got to be here. You got to be here. All right. So, this is why these frequencies are so powerful. They can literally bring you back to the original tones of the heavenly spheres and put your body into a balanced resonance. Soul music is the key to the universe. You can either throw it away or you can use it to find healing and harmony, health, and well-being. All right, and they're saying just play the music. But of course, as we've discussed, it's more than about that music. You got to do the inner work. You got to tune up your scales. But this is the ultimate level. This is the gateway to the chaos, to the source. All right, so, I'm sorry, yes, go ahead.
People can do harm to themselves playing around with frequencies, especially if you don't know what you're doing. You may not be ready for some of those higher frequencies.
But they're going to instantly know. They're going to know because it's going to be painful to them.
Oh, yeah, that's the whole point I'm getting to. Look at how people are running around now. They hollering out in pain. Look at all this strange shit you got people doing.
Yep.
That they weren't doing. I mean, any given moment, anybody can just snap.
Yep.
That's because of these higher frequencies.
Right.
And it's like we keep telling everybody, is either you're rising in frequency with Mama, or you're going to be destroyed by the frequencies.
Right.
Period. Flat out.
Right.
They're showing you what these frequencies can do with the illnesses that they're trying to put on us.
Yep. I'll be right back. Keep it going, Brother Sean.
And Mama frequency increasing on quantum levels. Imagine the amount of destruction that's doing. Look at all the quote-unquote natural disasters that are taking place. All those are based upon frequencies. Mama has no problem tapping into chaos. And her chaos brings fear to everyone. We shouldn't have fear of our Mama. We should know when things are about to happen, just like the animals do. The only reason they still know is because they still have a relationship with Mama. Part of our fall was losing that relationship. Like a lot of us fall on hard times when we get kicked out the house. When we don't listen to mama and we want to listen to the streets. We want to listen to our friends or who we think are our friends instead of listening to mama. You're not in balance with anything. And keep falling. You need balance to stand. You need balance to walk. You need balance to do everything essential
Indeed.
in life. And yet we as a people, we lean all the way to one side or the other. You can even tell when niggas drive their car. Nigga either leaning over in the center with his arm on the armrest.
Right.
Or he leaning over on the other side with his door on the door with his arm hanging out the window.
What?
But most white folks, they sitting up erect, straight in the center.
Alert in the mug.
Both hands on the wheel.
But
niggas all broke down.
Right.
Playing low vibrational music.
Right. And we got a blunt or a cig, leaning to the
Bottle.
motherfucking side, driving with the one hand.
And the bottle in their leg, in between their legs.
Right.
Everything about that is off balance.
what I'm wondering is, at birth, we come in with the 369, and then through life, we go up and down.
Yeah, let me, I'm bringing up the Alphabet Boys documentation.
Okay.
Well, actually, when they start with your mama giving her all that stuff, all them shots and stuff, all that prenatal shit that she got to go through, they starting to fuck with you then, hooking her up to the machines, you know, and everything, the sonograms and all that different type of shit they do. They already start the disruptive process.
Very good point, Brother Sean. So I brought up the Alphabet Boys documentation. It's back in 1983. All right, so
they discussed that in that video that I had shared.
Yeah, I didn't get a chance to listen to it yet. So yeah, YouTube. I saw where we got kicked off. Y'all know it's one of those nights, but it's all good. All right, so I want to go to the wave. Because we're left off on 22.
Mm-hmm.
But I do want to go to this wave. Want to show that wave diagram. Because we finna to talk about that again. Because sis, you brought up an excellent point about us coming into the realm. All right, so we discussed that, the consciousness energy grid. All right, we get into the wave. Here's the wave, y'all. So this is the 369 frequency wave that I was talking about, okay? All right, so basically, in order to defy time, space, you have to do the click out. So it's telling you there, the click out. So remember we talked about this being that 33rd vertebrae, the abdula oblongata, the back of the skull. So if you remember the frequency diagram that I was just showing you from the soul frequencies, that in other words, you got to get to the pineal gland to get to defying space and time. To get to the chaos, the nothingness realm, you got to go through that crown chakra. Now, sis brought up an excellent point. Because when you are a new soul, I'm going to ask the question. Let me stop drinking this water. Now, already while I had to take a break, I had homemade vegetable soup. Been drinking water all day. Tired of paying a water bill. So, I'm going to ask a question instead of giving an answer. As a new soul coming into the realm, where are you originating from on this diagram? Think about it. How was the universe started? Where on this diagram?
Is that question to me or what?
That's to you, Brother Sean, chat.
Well, I don't know which diagram you have up because it keeps changing.
Okay, I'm on the wave.
Oh, okay. Well, I didn't get the wave up yet.
Oh, well, dang, sis. YouTube got the wave. So, where
I'm
on this wave?
I'm on YouTube. My YouTube is slow.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, I see the baby.
Oh, yeah, girl. You real behind because I had to switch to another screen. It went black. Then I had to pull up the diagram, scroll through. So
I'm always late on this stuff. I don't know why.
Yeah, it's your connection. Yes, Sis Divinity, you said the bottom. So you're saying the absolute infinity. So either the bottom or the top. You have to be absolute infinity, right?
A perfect harmony, yeah.
So if you trying to make something happen out of chaos, you got to go here.
I can't see it.
The top. Okay, so I kind of think of this almost like the underworld. So, but yes, either one of these, you have to go to the absolute infinity. So that's where new souls are recycling from. It's from the absolute infinity, that chaos. And that's why babies, especially them newborns, they still operate, even with all the fucked upness. With medically, they messing with mama, messing with the mother. Babies still operate here. Newborns still fucking operate here. They still operate at the click out level.
You know, that's why the infants, some children are born with that veil and they are always connected to the source.
All children are born.
Yeah.
They're all connected to the source. That's why them babies, you can look at them babies. They can be asleep just a smiling, newborn motherfucking babies. Having conversations, and you know that they're tapped into the other realm. You absolutely know that they're tapped into the other realm.
And then what do we do?
Then what do we do? What
Talk about
do we do?
What you laugh at? What you graded about? Why you
knock them all the way off the scale. We knock them off the wave.
Yep.
We knock them off the
you
wave.
Ain't talking to nobody. Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
Inject them with all that BS.
With all that bullshit. Exactly.
Send them to school to be indoctrinated.
Exactly. Because even like toddlers, You still know toddlers that still be connected here. I never forget my little niece. She was 2. So I went upstairs. She was sitting in the TV room. I had the fireplace going. And the flue, I can't remember if I didn't open the flue all the way or the flue closed. But either way, the flue was closed. And so the flames was coming up. And so I came back downstairs and I saw that. I'm like, oh shit. And I opened up the flue, you know, because the flame was starting to come outside the fireplace. And so she said, oh yeah, TT, my friend told me to move on this side of the couch. And I was just like, wow. I thought it was such a beautiful thing. And she was so motherfucking calm with it. So I knew what it was. I said, that's very good. That's very good. I'm glad you listened to your friend. So she was 2. I have another play niece, her motherfucking badass. She's so smart. She is so smart. And my sister and I get on her mom all the time because she's so highly intelligent. She's bored with that bullshit ass school. So we get on her mom and like, you got to get up off your ass and you have to give her additional stuff. She's bored in school. So that's another conversation. So anyhow, just in passing, she told her grandmother, no, grandma, no, you gotta, they need to go through the gateway. You gotta go through the gateway and go through the other dimension. So her mom, her grandmother, baby, she is holy roly Bible. Now I remember that ass from back up in the day. That's a separate story. But she done found the Lord. So she holy rolling. So here this baby telling her grandmother, no, grandma, yeah, that person got to go through the gateway to the other dimension. And she looked at her. So she come running to me because, you know, I'm the weird one. I'm the voodoo witch priestess. All right, I take all that. So she came running to me. And I cracked up laughing. And I said, you know, she's an old soul, right? And y'all not going to be able to get that bullshit over her. And she was like, yeah, you know, you right. So with all that said, these souls coming back into the physical matter, they're already as babies and toddlers. They operate here. And especially newborns. They jump from here to here, here to here, here to here. Toddlers do here, here. And if they don't have trauma, they can still tap here. And then what do you young souls do? You fuck around and knock them off the wave. Because you ain't on the wave. So very good point, sis. Yeah, sis Divinity. And she is still a hot mess to this day, girl. She's still a hot mess. She be running circles around them and I be straight rolling. She will literally out of the blue come up with these big ass words that her mama don't even know the motherfucking meaning to, and I be rolling. I'm like, I told y'all, she's an old soul. You motherfuckers are young. She's ancient. Y'all fucking around and playing. She ain't trying to be fucking around with y'all repeating nothing. because y'all on the slow bus. This baby got shit to do. And she ain't got it to give with y'all fuckery. So, all right. So let's get to 22. Damn, I wanted to talk about that diagram. Oh. We on 22. I didn't scroll on past it. Sorry, y'all. All right. Special status. Yep, that's it. Special status, out of body experience. Although human consciousness can, with enough practice, move beyond the dimension of time and space and interface with other energy systems in other dimensions. Are y'all catching this? Sorry, y'all. I just smelled something burning. Are y'all catching this? They're telling you can move beyond dimensions yet again. Move beyond dimensions of time, space, and interface with other energy systems in other dimensions. Oh, before I forget, I had to rewatch Lovecraft Country, the last episode. Now, last week, I'm telling you, everything that we discussed, that next new episode touches on what we had just discussed. So am I traveling, knowing what that episode is going to be? But anyhow, in that last episode, they actually showed you a full out fucking ritual, which they did it throughout the series. But they got awfully fucking specific with this ritual. And they brought in the ancestors. Okay? So also part of that ritual, they had to bring back the physical body of the young girl. And when they did it, what happened to the little girl's cursed body? The body that had the spell on it. The particles started breaking up. And then her true body that was captured in that other dimension, because that spell was put on her, regenerated, but you saw the little particles into her other body. So they were showing you the spin of those particles to swap them out. And when they were doing the ritual, they were going to that click out time, space, dimension to make shit happen. Specifically, if we go back to the wave, remember the wave had the infinity at the top, infinity at the bottom. So it could have been one or two things. They could have pulled some of the ancestors from the underworld, some from the upper world, to help out with that particular ritual. Okay? All right. So, where we are. Shit, that's what I get. Uh-huh.
People haven't brought up the fact that Biden slipped in something about a period of darkness. He said there's going to be a dark winter, and said that Trump is not properly prepared and that he's not going to be able to pull a remedy out of the ethers.
Wow. He literally said ethers?
He literally said ethers.
Child.
I made a reference to Dark Winter. So once again, as it's been stated for years, to be prepared. People got this little stimulus money.
And tricked it off.
Right. And now ain't got shit to survive off of. Ain't go buy nothing. They kept the stores open. Mm-hmm. So ain't no reason for nobody not to be properly stocked.
Right.
But it just all goes into how our people are just sitting around waiting for shit.
As usual.
Ain't doing nothing. And here it is that we got the alphabet people.
I see you, 775. I'm bringing you on, sweetie, in a second. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Brother Sean.
Openly discussing our shit.
Openly.
Mm-hmm. But to me, where the trap gonna come in at, is where people try and follow it exactly the way they've written it and try and do it step by step as they've laid out.
Oh, yeah.
Instead of going within. Because to me, anytime you're performing a step-by-step ritual,
it's not yours.
Else, exactly.
It's not yours. I've always said that.
And they feeding off of you. Even if you do gain some benefits from it, the benefit that you gain was to be stronger for them to feed off of you.
Exactly.
You last a little longer.
Exactly. And if you're taking somebody else's ritual, then they know where your gates are, right? Yeah, they do. They know where your gates are. That's why you're supposed to be practicing this stuff. Mastering self. That's what mastering self is about. You're supposed to be practicing it. That's what I keep talking about, contracts and paperwork. And titles and names and all that shit. You're supposed to be creating all of that stuff. But absolutely, I have always said that I'm not following nobody else's ritual. I can write my own. Because if I follow your ritual, you know where the gates are. And you may not be telling me hidden gates. So nah, motherfucker, I'm cool. Okay? So hopefully they do a second season of Lovecraft, because they have not gotten to the point where the melanated people have to see that book at the end of the day don't mean shit. All of it is within them. They're supposed to be making it happen. Now, I'm coming to you, 775. Sis, I think that's you. She who walks among the mist. Even with the little girl getting a spell put upon her. All he did, number one, when they walked up on the little girl, they locked her in. They locked her energy in. When he put them marks on the ground, that was locking in her energy grid. And then what did he do? He took his motherfucking nasty ass saliva. Where did he swipe it across? That pineal gland. To confuse that gland. And she was in such fear mode when she went back to the uncle's house that book that she saw on the shelf with the pickaninny, she took on that energy. So that's what the spell was. Because she didn't understand. She didn't understand what they were doing. When they backed her up against that wall and they put the marks on that ground, they were locking in her energy grid so he could swipe that pineal gland. Now, if we are teaching our babies alchemy, she wouldn't have never had to get to that point. Because her particular aura would already be programmed for them to not even to be able to approach her. And let's say, even if she let her guard down a little bit and she got scared and they were able to approach her to even lock her in, if we are teaching our children the true power, the true spiritual power, except throwing the motherfucking Bible to them all the way, and you're not even using that Bible properly, she would have known soon as that bitch swiped that pineal gland, she would have reversed that shit and sent it right back to him. But because her particular parents didn't know, because they ain't on the wave, they took her off the wave, she had to experience that. Okay? But that's what they were showing you with that spell that was cast upon that baby. All right, so let me bring on 775. Oh, come on. All right, sis, I'm trying to bring you on. Wait, just thinking about it. Okay. Let me try it again. All right, there we are. Peace and
love, family.
Peace and love, sis. How are you?
I'm doing well, making some vibrations. I don't know if y'all can hear it.
I heard it when you first came up. Yes.
And the car drives by and interrupts my vibration, but it's all good.
Nice.
Peace and love, family. I just wanted to share that little bit with you. I was playing earlier, and I thought I was in the queue, and I was waiting, and I was like, maybe I didn't press 1, so I had to go back and press 1. But I've been listening.
I'm glad you did.
I've been listening in. Oh, my gosh, y'all are too funny. Oh, my gosh, y'all are too funny. I can't take it.
You know, we got to go all spectrum. We had to discuss the root chakra with the peen and the punani. We just had to go all the way up the spectrum. So y'all got it all tonight.
I was like, my virgin ears. Oh my God.
I know. We of course it wasn't planned. I don't even know how we got on that conversation, but
y'all know I got 5 children. Ain't no virgin ears, but y'all are on it. I wanted to add on to something because I realized through my childhood and growing up, I realized why a lot of us join these groups. It's because we're looking for some place to belong, and then we end up figuring out later on that it's an illusion. It's really all about family and your household. Like you always say, sis, you know, water your own grass and sweep around your own doorstep. It's about the people in your home, and then it extends from there. And then you also will have your spiritual family, which I'm so ever grateful for.
Indeed.
But when it comes to clicking up and like moving, we got to get our families, you know, in order as far as that goes. And I just wanted to add that on because I'm always like listening in. Brother Seven. I didn't even know you was into Brother Seven like that, because I've been listening to him for a while.
Yeah, Brother Seven usually comes on this show every year.
Matter of fact, I think I might have. Okay, so have you been following him for over 2 years? Because I might have been listening to him on your show. Okay, so that's how I found out about him.
We've been on the air for 5 years, and Brother Seven, this is the first year I have not asked him to come on. But yeah, Brother Seven has literally been on our show every year. I rocks with Brother Seven hard, absolutely.
Now, what about Brother Billy Carson and his forbidden knowledge? Have you ever?
Yes. He's not bad, but he sticks you between the pineal gland and the throat chakra.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, he sticks you between the pineal gland and the throat chakra. So his spectrum is all about that 33rd degree Abdullah obligatin up to the pineal gland.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, but he's good. Don't get me wrong. He's good.
Oh yeah, he is.
Yeah, he's
very
good.
Intelligent.
Yes.
I listened to him before on Brother Rick's channel, Black Magic 363. He's on there sometimes. The other question I was going to ask you, sis, is a Mayan calendar and the time in regards to, like, not the whole time ends, but utilizing the Mayan calendar on a day-to-day basis. Like, what do you think about that?
Well, if you're following that Mayan calendar, didn't supposedly and allegedly it stopped in 2012?
No. They tried to make it seem like the fact that it was going from, okay, so the long count, it might be something like 12, 9, 3, 17, and 1. Like it's like a long number. Well, what happened was that 12 was symbolic to the age, I guess.
Right.
When it switched over to 13 is when they said was the end of time, but it was really a switch over into the new age.
Exactly.
So now we're in the 13.
13.
Number, so
you got
like
it.
13.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. Long as you know that, because most don't know that. Long as you know that, you got it, because you're absolutely right. That's really what that calendar was telling you. It was really tracking the precession of the equinox. That 26,000 year cycle that we keep talking about. And what we keep talking about, the resets follow that. The 1% controllers follow that. So absolutely, if you got that, you're absolutely on the money. Absolutely. But most people don't follow it that way.
Gotcha. And the other last thing I wanted to leave off on was the movie, The China Hustle. I want to say it came out in 2018 or 2019. But did you talk about that yet, or did you see it?
No, let me write that down, because y'all know I be having to get caught up on the weekends. Y'all be giving me the little movie recommendations. So The China Hustle.
Hold on, I gotta hit that one time. Honey, The China Hustle. So in 2008, when everything crashed, right? China was hustling on our ass, and we were sleeping, and they owned everything.
Well,
they literally just came in and just, oh my gosh, y'all, watch the movie, watch it. I don't want to ruin it, but it basically explains what happened in 2008 with the stock market and how they was doing them short trades.
Yeah. They cleaned up for sure.
Oh,
you know that Chase had to pretty much sell them their headquarters at a discount. A very, very low discount.
And our supposed laws, the SEC, they can't do nothing about it. Nothing. They just come in here and do all kind of fraudulent shit, creating they basically merged a shell company. So, like, say there's a mining company out here in Nevada, and there's no mining going on with that company because they done mined the shit out of the area.
Exactly.
So they take that company who's been in existence for, say, 5-6 years, and they merge it with a Chinese company, and now China is trading on our stock market.
Oh, yeah, that China been hustling for a minute. Because, matter of fact, Sis Sandra talks about that California's governor, and they made that shit public, where China bought one of the ports. And we know for a fact China owns California port and Detroit's port. Now, that's just two publicly that we know about.
That's what I was just about to say. That's just two that we know about. They own so much more.
Because they move things around with the shell companies, as you stated. But yeah, I'm going to definitely watch that. But yeah, China been on some bullshit for quite some time. That's why this whole thing also with this reset, and they're following the precession of the equinox, because they're just trying to change control from this group to that group. So in other words, China the bad guy, because this particular dynasty wants back ownership of stuff, but neither one of them motherfuckers own nor deserve it, because none of it is supposed to be owned, bought, sold, traded, none of that. That's why it's all going to be destroyed.
Yeah, I'm waiting for it. I'm excited. I got my water. I got my beans. I got my smoked turkey necks in the freezer.
Right.
For my beans.
Right. I see you. You in your garden. You doing your thing. Child, just sit back. We ain't seen nothing yet, because 2020 has not been fucking around.
No, and you know what? I noticed, like, a lot, like, I'm talking to the people out here, and they scared. They are scared shitless. All they keep talking about, especially, you know, the folks from, I call them, they're English by way of Canada. Because they came from England and then went through Canada and then came over into this area. They talking about they traveled the Bering Strait.
Child, I know who you talking about, sis. Yeah.
So, you know, your folks came on a flight. Quit playing.
Exactly, but whatever. Right.
About 100 years ago. This town was established in 1904. Quit
right.
playing.
Right. You knew, but right. Okay.
But, you know, long story short, you know, they are so scared. They're talking about everything that CNN is pushing. They are so brainwashed still to what's going on. And it's like they're following the game plan that these, you know, democrats and, you know, these politicians and these fake news medias are putting out. They're really falling for it. And it's like, how do you click them off? Because they're literally afraid.
And that's not your responsibility. That's not your responsibility that they ain't on that wave.
I don't want them hovering around me with they scary ass. Get the hell out.
Girl, you just keep doing your thing, doing your sing bowls. They ain't gonna be hovering around, because that's gonna hurt they motherfucking cipher.
Got it.
Yeah, you keep doing you and making sure you on the wave and clicking out when you want to create something and keep it moving. That's their responsibility to get on the wave.
Right, just keep it moving.
Exactly, because the vibration is rising so high. People, like, you know, Brother Sean said, it hurts them. Mother Earth's vibration is rising so high, and folks so out of tune that they're hurt. That's why people going crazy. They fearful. They like, I don't know what the fuck. Blood, I can't help you.
And the thing that irritates you the most is when you be trying to tell people for like the longest, like my little brother, for example, so about the wildfires, he lives out in Colorado, and his whole shit done burnt down.
Damn.
And him, his girl, and his baby now homeless. And this little dude, and I told him 2 years ago when I moved out here to the West Coast, I was like, dude, come out here.
Right.
Like, come with me, I'm here. No, he didn't want to come out here. And so now he's sitting there stuck like, dang, I should have probably listened to my sister. you know. But I done told them my arms are still open, but you know, sometimes people have these egos where they feel like, you know, they better than you. And my brother has always felt like that, like he's better. And now you know, I've always took care of him because he's younger. So he feels like he has to outdo me and outshine me for some
I'm a show big sis
reason. Yes. And I'm like, dude, you don't have to struggle. Like, why are you struggling? I'm here. I'm your sister. And he just will not. He won't even answer me. Like, I'm like, do you need some money? No, he won't even answer me.
Well, at least you're able to do it for him, and you're willing to do it for him. But he has to go through his own journey. Yeah,
that ego thing. But hopefully, you know, those folks over in Colorado, that's one of the big ones that's not really being talked about a lot.
Yeah, I heard they mentioned it real briefly on World News Tonight. One of those, they mentioned it this week. They did, but it was briefly. Then they got back on California. So I didn't know Colorado, but you remember, sis, because you into real estate. You remember when they was having everybody and they mammy was moving to Colorado. Am I right or am I wrong?
Yep.
Everybody was moving to Colorado.
My brother was one to do.
Yeah, I remember everybody. I'm going to Colorado. I'm like, wow, it's cold as fuck. It's pretty, but it's cold as fuck. I'm not interested. But everybody and they mammy was moving to Colorado and Portland.
Portland, yep. One thing I could say about here where I'm at, I don't hear police sirens. Like living in Decatur in Atlanta, being out here and not having to hear police sirens literally every hour, that vibration of the police siren irks my fucking soul.
Absolutely, because it's at a certain frequency to irk your soul.
And just not hearing that anymore, it's just been bliss for me, y'all. I'm not
absolutely.
It's been bliss. I love it, and I just don't want to hear no police.
Yeah, you cool.
I miss my brothers and sisters in the city. I do, and back at home in Atlanta, and I'm seeing what's going on, and I'm doing my research, and I'm finding so much information about, like, even my family that was born in Connecticut, like I was telling you earlier. They didn't come from Connecticut. They came from the South. They moved up there to get away from, people trying to kill them and push them off their land. So they did what they had to do to survive. And I don't think they really told the story because they didn't want to seem like cowards. But at the same time, when you have children to take care of, if you got to move, you got to do
what you got to do.
And so that's what I look at. I'm like, hey, I had to move. Because if I stayed in Atlanta, it wasn't going to be nothing for my children right there.
Yeah, I understand.
I
understand.
Not as active as I was. I was, I couldn't. It was like, okay, we got to go.
Yeah, because, I love Atlanta. I love Atlanta, but something happened in Atlanta where the frequency shift, and we felt it. It's like, this shit ain't the same. It's not the same when I first came here. Oh, my God. You
could tell by looking at Little 5 Point, because Little 5 Point's changed. When Little 5 Point, you remember Little 5 Point?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Yep. When Little 5 Point's face started changing, it was like, okay, this is weird.
Yeah. It just totally changed. And when I go back to visit, it's still not there. It's still not there. And I'm like, shit, this was my spot. We kicked it in Atlanta.
That's why, because we left. And then
I felt it. I felt it. I'm like, damn, this shit ain't the same. God damn, we was kicking it. Yeah, it's not the same. Yeah, we literally was kicking it. A lot of spiritual people that I ran into, just by doing this show, either was lived in Atlanta, was from Atlanta. I'm like, God damn. But it's just, but most of us have left. Because the frequency shifted.
It shifted right after when the when I want to say it was Temple 21 Moors and a couple of other Moors, they had went to the politicians in Atlanta and was basically, you know, trying to get them to agree to their terms and conditions.
Yeah.
And some of them actually did. And then when it was time to really put things in the go, they backed off.
Yeah.
And when they backed off,
yeah,
I
but you
that's
know,
when things started shifting.
Bobby Hemmett had talked about that. Damn, I wish I would have saved it. He said that the Empress of Washita, before she transitioned, someone gave her all of the information on via the paperwork on how to do this, how to do that. So she was teaching that, or her people were teaching that throughout her organization. Now, Bobby Hemmett said that he got a message from the spiritual realm saying, don't do it. It's a setup. People gonna get locked the fuck up. They're gonna let you all get so far. They're gonna give you the illusion that they're getting you through the gateway. And some of them did. Some of them were getting things. They was kicking it, this, that, and the third. And then next thing you know, the alphabet boys came through, locked up people, shut shit down. But Bobby Hemmett predicted that shit before it happened. Literally.
Shout out to the brother Bobby Hemmett. I
Yeah.
actually shared the show on his little esoteric. There's a brother, Oni Asaro, I want to say his name, but I shared the show on there. Hopefully somebody clicked on it.
Yeah.
They wanted some truth and some power today.
Yeah. But Bobby Hemmett, he predicted it. He said it was a trap. He most certainly said that it was a trap. So
my thing is, if he said that, and these people who are also followers of, because I know exactly what you're talking about, why is it that is not, you know, they need to come forth and say something.
And that's the problem that I have.
People.
I
have that same problem now, sis. Like, I'm starting to see what you saw, and now I'm just like, damn.
I know some people be pissed off at me and think I'm being a bitch, but it's not that I'm being a bitch. I get certain information. Ain't nobody tapping me on the shoulder. This spiritual information.
Absolutely.
And we're repeating the same fucked up cycle. And so that's
why.
No,
we're not.
Well, yeah, I'm not. Thank you, sis. We're not. Some of you are repeating that same cycle. And you leaders that you know the truth, you're going to be held accountable. And you ain't seen nothing yet. You ain't seen nothing yet. Every pain that someone has suffered under your leadership, and especially if you knew, baby, you ain't seen nothing yet. Especially your organization that you said you are the holder of the sacred sciences. You said that you taught the world these sacred sciences. So why aren't you using them to empower the people? You will be held accountable for it.
I agree.
Thank you, sis. Oh, that was so nice. I like that. The vibration realm, that ring, that was nice. Nice.
Peace, love, and light.
Peace, love, and light to you, sis. Love you much. It was so great to hear your
you
voice.
all as well. And shout out to all them saggy balls. The cold will never outlast the hole.
Exactly. And I'm sorry you had to hear that from Big Sis, but goddamn it, you needed to hear that. So don't ever let no man tell you about his pole in relation to your hole.
I had to go tell my husband. I said, baby, you missing it. You missing it.
So next time brother want to talk about some saggy boobs and lips, matter of fact, that may be my next invention, some bra balls.
Bra balls. Oh God.
All right, sis, I gotta go on and let you go. That's gonna be my next invention. Shit.
All right, y'all. Peace and love.
Okay, peace and love, sis. That's a shame y'all be having me clowning on here. I be trying to be good. In my little defense, a little bit, I do. All right, so let me mute sis. And let me go to brother 832. And then I see you, beloved. I see you, 678. I think that's my millennial, if I'm not mistaken. I ain't heard from you in a minute. You've been on my mind. Let me go to brother 832. Y'all know y'all a mess. All right, brother, I'm trying to get you. All right, let me try this again. Hold on. Let me try it again. I'm trying, brother 832. There we go. Peace and love, brother.
Rhonda! Sandra! My sisters from other misters! Feathers up!
Feathers up, brother.
Feathers up, brother.
United Snakes of America down! Sean, my brother, from another mother, sitting on Mount Olympus, throwing them black lightning bolts down tonight. Before I give you, I guess this is a continuation of a movie review. What you really were trying to differentiate, the illusionist is Ed Norton, Jessica Biel, and his act as a, if you want to call him a magician, was projections of spirit realm and potentially dead people, presumably. Okay. So The Illusionist is not the movie we were talking about last week. It is The Prestige with Hugh Jackman, and as I said, David Bowie plays the character of Nikola Tesla. But the actual protagonist, the fight between the two magicians, was Christian Bale. And what he did was he created an illusion of transporting, and Christian Bale actually co-opted it from him, calling his version the transporting man.
So The Prestige is with David Bowie and Christian Bale.
Right. Christian Bale, David Bowie, and Hugh Jackman. That's called The Prestige. Michael Caine also played the guy who helped design a lot of his magic acts. So the character Hugh Jackman was playing, he was more like the highfalutin, high-paid. He would be able to do the performance kind of aspect of it, whereas Christian Bale was the talented one. But he was using I don't want to give it away.
Right,
but
what did
the
that
difference
have to
between
do
the
with
two
Tesla? Or are you just saying they
because
were using
Tesla created the actual box that he used in his act, in his magic act.
Okay, so that was my bad, but it still should have came up because I put David Bowie in there, and that he didn't come up, so it's The Prestige. I know I can find that, so I got that one on there.
Hugh Jackman was the main character, and Christian Bale was his nemesis, adversary.
But wasn't it with Hugh Jackman going up underwater with that magic trick?
what he would do was, because he was constantly replicating himself.
Yeah, I did
At the
see
moment that the coil, caused that electrical effect,
Mm-hmm.
there would be a trap door.
Yep.
And he was getting dropped into this container of water and drowning himself.
Yep.
Repeatedly.
Yep, I did see that.
And at the very end, when the whole, the theater that he rented, there was all these replicas of himself drowned in these.
I remember seeing
containers.
that. So now I'm gonna go back and watch it. I know I can find it. I was just getting it confused. So, but the Illusionist did come on this weekend, y'all.
Yeah.
So,
now the Illusionist is Ed Norton and Jessica
because it
Biel.
was Ed Norton in that one, and I didn't watch it.
Right.
Because I was looking for the Prestige. So,
now, China Hustle and She Who Walks in the Mist, she's right on. It's on Hulu, by the way.
Oh, I don't have
I think she was talking about she purchased it. I think she said she purchased it off the app. I guess it's Amazon Prime.
Okay, yeah, I can get it then. Okay.
But the China Hustle, along with, and I've said this to you before, if you're not familiar with Killer Mike, lie, cheat, steal, kill, win. Everybody's doing it. That's called Dirty Money. Now, that's a series on Netflix. Deep. And it gets all into it. We're talking about docuseries. It talks about all kind of financial chicanery in all types of levels, like HSBC, the IMDb bank. As a matter of fact, Goldman Sachs has been charged with $2.9 billion fine, caught up in a similar scam.
Which ain't nothing, because they've committed $1 trillion crimes, but okay.
Yeah, and they make billions an hour,
exactly.
As far as on a daily basis. But
exactly.
Anyway, I just wanted to point those things out if you weren't familiar to those particular financial docuseries, because Dirty Money is deep. It even shows you the one that's called Confidence Man is about Trump card, and they even show Jared as the slumlord millionaire.
Wow.
And that's in the Dirty Money series.
Oh, wow.
Now, the movie you were trying to think of about, and forgive me if I'm a bit off key, doe, a deer, a female deer, Ray, a drop of golden sun.
Yes.
Me, the name I call myself.
Yep.
Far, a long, long way to run.
You really dating us, brother.
So,
yep.
A needle pulling thread.
Yep.
La, I look to follow soul.
Yep.
Tea, I drink with jam and bread.
Yep.
That will bring us back to do, 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 do. Song of Music and Julie Andrews, I think was what you were trying to pull out. Our decrepit old top that I did. But, having said that, I wanted to use an analogy for sharing with you today what I was trying to discuss with a good friend of mine when she couldn't quite understand what I was trying to give her. I'll preface it this way and then go back to the starting point. As we get to this peak of the election, nearing craziness that's going on, how in your entire life, and I've been here more than 6 decades, how often have you heard the phrase white supremacy than you have in especially the last weeks, but almost hourly, you're hearing white supremacy reported in the consciousness, in the media, in the discussion. Okay? I'm going to do this in the same thing we've had a discussion before, because like I pointed out to you about 432 and 369 last week. 3D, the existence that we think that encapsulates us now on Mother Earth. If you take the basics physics of chemistry of the states of existence, there is solid, liquid, gaseous, right? And most of the time, we understand the transitory thing of what we consider water as the medium in the middle. You go one direction, it becomes solidified into ice. You go another direction, it becomes gaseous or cloud or mist for she who walks amongst it.
Yes.
All right? In that transitory state, if you can just bear with me for a moment and think of the surface of the water. There's an old, Big Mama used to say a cliche phrase, a watch pot never boils, right? For example. But underneath the surface of the water, can you see the energy buildup and activity of molecular action until it reaches the temperature of 102 degrees? It doesn't look any different, does it? It looks tranquil.
Yes.
Of the surface of the water. But how much activity is going on under the surface without your knowledge? Now, if you stick your finger in it, as a child may do, be fooled,
exactly.
It might warn you and remind you there's something going on in here in this transitory state. But again, that's one direction of heat, friction, and action. The other direction is slowing it down to where it appears to be a solid state. And that was the quote you were meaning from Albert Einstein, that there is no such thing as matter. There is a vibratory state of existence that gives the appearance of solidity. Okay, so now back to the tranquil surface, all right? This surface that I'm talking about is the liquid state. Just for a moment, bear with me, is integration, okay? Mm-hmm. You know what the first bubble was of the activity that's going beneath the surface, that's boiling this situation, that's making us ascend to another level, and we still don't know maybe what that is as far as using gaseous as the transitional phase of ascension, not reversion, of ascending, okay? The first bubble was Trump coming down the gold escalator in 2015.
Tell it.
The second bubble was the election itself, let's say. The third bubble was Inauguration Day. Do you know what the media the next day reported his inauguration speech to be, besides the shenanigans of Sean Spicer running out and claiming it was the largest crowd in history of ever of inauguration? But his speech was called American Carnage. And that's what was reported in the media. The very next day, 24 hours later, what was, because he grabbed him by the pee, as y'all talked about earlier.
Right.
Who was out in more protests the very next day in pink pussy hats? Presumably. Not even 24 hours into his actual term. So you see where I'm going here now with white supremacy? White supremacy, white supremacy. Then what happened? Charlottesville? This is still in 2017. Very fine people. Jews will not replace us. The white nationalist anthem was being spouted, and a white woman was run over and killed by a car. Now, I'm not saying this to denigrate or disparage. I'm saying, do you find that ironic or what? You got the white supremacist male inaugurated and screaming about American carnage, the white female next day coming out in her pussy hats. August of that year, 2017, white nationalists were emboldened to go and try to keep Robert E. Lee, because that was the point of the protest, was to protect the statue of the lost cause, right, of Southern white supremacists. And they killed a white woman, which is a part of actual sacrifice, right? That's human sacrifice, literally, correct? So a white woman was put on the altar, kind of like King Kong in the movie, right? So now, fast forward to today. The Proud Boys stand back and stand by. The frequency of white supremacy being reported in the media. You get where I'm going with this now? The bubbling up of the actual temperature to a boiling point. And the surface of the water is integration. But who is that? Let's be factual here for a moment. We as a people are the only ones that have pursued integration. So-called Negroes, so-called colors, so-called blacks, so-called African Americans, the actual American, the only descendant of the original American, has been desperately trying to integrate with all foreign hyphenated so-called Americans. Now, we call them Asian Americans. We call them Arab Americans. We call them African Americans. We call them Native Americans. We call them versions of American. That does not make them so, right?
Right.
But who is trying to integrate with all these other foreign elements in our existence? And then the white supremacy is doing what? Bubbling under the surface of integration. Now, and I'm not saying, I'm not predicting something. I'm just making an analogy I was trying to explain to my good friend to get her to understand. Not being fearful of whether you vote for Trump or not is not the issue.
Right.
To me, it's never been about him. He's like a barometer or a thermometer. You know, he's
Right.
an indicator of the actual mentality of these so-called white people. So-called white people. But now, if we're having this transitional state of going from a liquid to a gaseous and potentially a higher realm beyond it, what happens when steam is released from a boiling pot? Doesn't eventually some aspect of it, which is called condensation, goes to a cloud, it becomes a mist, and it becomes rainfall, right?
Mm-hmm.
But that rainfall also goes back down and goes through a polluted atmosphere on this particular place we call Earth, right?
Mm-hmm.
But what stays floating aloft? You feel me? So if we continue the analogy that I'm saying, this white supremacy issue, this activity, this action, this hate, and particularly the militia movements, you notice the fraud they pulled out in the last few. As a matter of fact, it's gone from a governor of Michigan to a governor of Virginia to they even claim the mayor of Wichita, Kansas. And did you hear as of last week, out of the mouth of the governor of Michigan, who was the first plot to kidnap a white woman governor, did you hear they talked about the governor of Ohio who was a Republican? Now, all of these examples, every one of these individuals now have to have 24-hour-a-day security, including Anthony Fauci. I know you've heard this too in the news because he said it on 60 Minutes. That when these people who call themselves white supremacists, who profess white nationalism, their only language, and Malcolm X told us to us 50 or more years ago, 55 years ago to be exact, now that he's dead, that you have a failure to communicate when you are speaking nonviolent to a violent motherfucker, right? And then we continue to be surprised at the only thing, and you know this is what, and they literally say, pry this from my cold, dead hands, right? So how are you going to get the guns from them? When they are made corpses. Now, is that the ultimate state of solid? If you feel with the analogy that I'm using, my sister. So, a dead body, meaning no active life in it, is the same as a live body. I forgot what movie that was. He was talking about the essence of a being in a person.
Right.
That there is no molecular weight difference than a live body, than a corpse. But what is what we call the soul? What is the essence?
Right.
And I think that's what you're getting at with the series that you're doing here now. When we're talking ascension, we're talking astral plane, we're talking 432, we're talking 369 as the universal wave. What are we talking if we're going to move through states of existence from solid to liquid to gaseous? And I'll wrap up with this. You were talking about the chakras, from crown to the root, okay? Notice when we inhale and exhale, primarily we breathe through our nose, true? Not so much our mouth. Most of the time they'll tell you breathe through your nose, exhale through your mouth. We imbibe liquid and ingest solids. But we excrete urine or excrement from the root. But the breath of life comes from the higher part of your physical body, right? And the poisons and the toxins are supposed to be excreted from the root.
Right.
But what do we spend our entire existence on this plane trying to do? Be in the rooter and the tutor, as someone used to say, that old country ass phrase.
Exactly.
From the rooter to the tutor.
To the rooter to the tutor. It's accurate, though.
But we in the muck and the mire, and when they tell you, this is another political phrase too, when you get down in the mud with a pig loves the slop, doesn't it?
Sure do. Sure do.
And we want to stay in the muck and the mire and then whine about all the things that are being done to us while we're in it.
Exactly.
And you're engaged with it. And remember one parting thing, it was a psychological level, about on the course of revenge or retribution, dig 2 graves. Did they say that?
Yeah.
Dig 2 graves. Because you might kill that motherfucker, but you probably going to die with them.
Exactly. I'm giving you the bomb. You can't.
And I yield.
Absolutely. Peace and love, brother 832. Peace and love. All right. He took me on the journey. I was trying to figure out where he was going with it, but he was right there. Absolutely. Absolutely. Folks so concerned about the muck and mire that they can't get past that to rise to the higher realms to make shit happen. Because they keep focusing on melanated people with the code of the white supremacy and with the code of begging melanated people to participate. Because they need a certain amount of melanated energy to exist. Let's just keep it real. So long as that energy stays in the muck and mire, that realm exists. That's really what Lovecraft was about. And when I went back and watched the last episode, the young lady, the young girl who got the spell reversed off of her, and she went to the future and got that motherfucking robotic arm. She must have read it out of the futuristic book that Atticus got her, but nonetheless, when the Caucasian witch, the Caucasian lady that wanted to be a witch, was laying on the ground, now the old folk, or the older generation, they had already defeated her. And that the bricks was piled on top of her. But they walked away and let her live. So the younger one came through and she was like, help me, help me. The young girl took that ass out. She got rid of her. But before she took her out, the other lady said to her, and it was powerful as fuck. It was so powerful. And I'm using this particular, my phone, as that book of names they kept talking about. She had the book of names and she showed it to her. And she said, we are taking our magic back. So she was breaking a spell. But she left it open. She left the doorway open. But the youngin came behind her and snuffed her out. To say this ends now. This spell is over. That was a very powerful scene, melanated people. She literally said, we're taking the magic back from white people. She literally fucking said it. Go back and watch it. They are telling you something. You're only going to defeat through the higher realms, aka the magic. So I'm sorry. Go ahead, Brother Sean. I had to get that out.
The thing is, how are we going to take our magic back if we keep giving power to quote-unquote white supremacy?
Exactly. That's in the muck and mire.
Mm-hmm.
That's literally in the muck and mire.
But just remembering back to that, it was the commentator that asked him to tell his people to stand down and stand whatever. That was dude's words. Trump just said, okay, I will. You know, you try to tell him he ain't got no problem, but it was the commentator who used those actual words.
Right. Called his self-casting spells.
And it worked because everybody is attributing that statement to Trump and saying that he would not denounce white supremacy.
Right.
So they
and all of that was a ritual. All of that was a ritual because white supremacy is dead. And it can only keep existing if melanated people keep tapping into the bullshit.
Because I'm still waiting for somebody to explain to me when they became supreme.
Exactly. And thank you, Brother Sean. I knew you was coming with that. Let me go on and put the motherfucking hand clap in there. Exactly. Exactly. When did that happen?
I mean, we gods and goddesses, kings, queens, empresses, emperors, and this, that, and the other. But over all of those ancient titles is white supremacy.
And it was an illusion out the gate. Because white folks didn't even have the power.
They still ain't got the power.
They never really did. They were only given a little bit. They were only given a little bit of the power. And even that little bit that they were given, they still needed melanated people to even make that shit work.
I mean, just that whole concept. I mean, for people to keep using that weak ass shit as an excuse.
Exactly.
To keep the system going. Now,
damn. Can you say that again? Can you just say that again? Because I want people to hear that clearly.
Using it as an excuse to keep the system going. I mean, even as far as for the people that are voting for Trump, at least you're voting for a new system. Everybody that's going for the Democrats, you're trying to keep a dead system in place. That's what, I mean, you talk about Bill Gates and all this, the Georgia Guidestones, all of this stuff, all of that was Democratic plans. As far as for getting rid of y'all, as far as for selling the country off to China, all this, that, and the other. And everybody keep overlooking them fucking Asians. Them some bitches everywhere pretending like they every fucking body.
Exactly.
They motherfuckers that's here pretending to be Native Americans getting all your shit.
Exactly. Exactly.
And worried about a dead system.
Exactly.
Worried about a little orange man who only gonna be here temporarily.
Exactly.
He just a signpost along the way. Period. Exactly. He just a sign of the times. You supposed to be waking up doing your own shit. If y'all hate him that much, you shouldn't want nothing to do with the system. Period.
Get up off your ass. Exactly.
Especially if you're willing to forgive pedophiles and say that shit is okay. I don't care as long as we get him out of office. I ain't never gonna let you some bitches live that down. Ever.
I get it.
Ever. And after this shit is over, I bet not see you.
Yeah.
Exactly. Tehran says in the chat, white supremacy more like damn Neanderthal inferiority, and white people only believe that they have power because of our people putting so much energy into it. Absolutely.
All that rioting and carrying on.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
You know what I mean? Sit down and take a deep breath or something. Stop emoting.
Well, like I'm gonna say, now I'm going by the wave, because they not even on the wave. When you talking about white supremacy, this, that, and the third, You're not in your paperwork. You're not even on the wave.
Mm-mm.
And I've said this before, and I mean it from the core of my soul. Let the dead bury the dead.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I don't fuck around with dead things.
And do you ever notice how they choose a specific person that's in the spotlight about something to kill so we can do that emoting and carrying on? It's like, come on, you guys, can't you see the trick? Brother Sean, you're absolutely right.
Again, I don't let the dead bury the dead. Like Brother 832 said, I'm not going to be fucking around calling myself killing some white supremacy that don't fucking exist. So I'm digging a grave for them. While, like he said, Big Mom and them used to say, you might as well dig one for yourself. I don't fuck around in muck and mire.
Leave it alone.
So if that's what folks want to do and be, do you. But I don't fuck around with the dead. Now I am telling you, and not only I'm telling you, they're showing you in mainstream media, this popular series, they fucking told you white supremacy is dead. They literally said, we're taking back our magic. We're taking it back from white folks. It can't get no fucking clearer than that. Although I've been publicly saying the shit for 5 years. So at this point, before this point, but I'm going to reiterate my motherfucking point, I don't fuck with the dead. So all that other shit, if you not on this, that's dead. And I let the dead bury the dead. All right, so let me go to brother 678. That's my millennial, and it's 18 after. There, y'all, we going to be on 22 next week, but that's all right. All right, brother, I'm trying to bring you on because I hadn't heard from you in a minute. I'm so glad you're calling in. The system acted kind of flaky. All right, there you are. Peace and love.
Peace and love. How y'all doing? How y'all doing?
Good. How are you? It's so good to hear your voice.
It's good to hear y'all. I'm glad y'all still going and shaking and baking. You did?
Indeed.
Holding some power, bro.
Holding some power. Holding some power, Edison. How you doing?
I'm good. I'm good. Hoping you good.
Oh, man, to be honest with you, I am. To be honest with you, I really am. Now, I got, Sister Sarah, good to hear your voice also.
Yes, it's Sandra.
Oh,
Yeah.
peace and love.
That's okay, beloved.
Everybody gets that name wrong.
Yeah, I know.
That's my fault.
That's okay.
But I gotta get to my questions though, because I know it's late. So I gotta get to my question. So I'm glad you really touched on the real frequencies, because I've been noticing like through martial arts, like that's the kind of like we use frequencies and whatnot to release that energy and project it through our strikes. So I'm glad that y'all touching on this, because I really want to know, what these frequency is, because I don't know if y'all ever heard, it's like a door in this part of Asia to where it has no doorknobs, it has no locks, it has nothing on it, but it's a gateway. It's supposed to be a gateway to another dimension, of course. And the only way you can open it is by using it, by having your frequency at that high level and chanting the musical tones to open the door. And that's the only monks who've been training, for hundreds of years and whatnot, who have unlocked, wonders with the universe are the only ones to, the only one who can open that door.
That's what they say.
So, that's what they say.
Right.
And, but I really want to know, the tones, the different tones for these frequencies and whatnot, because my little brother, he's been touching on this naturally without even hearing this knowledge. He's naturally been talking about different tunes and frequencies, of course, in music because he's been making his own music himself and been tuning it. And he been the same thing y'all been talking about. He went in meditation. It came to him. He had spoke the same thing that you said, and he just been applying it to his music. So I really want to know these frequencies so I can give the information to him because he's really like tapped into that because that's his kid.
Yeah. So did you hear what I'm gonna spell this frequency? The name of the scale that they call it. And remember when you called in before and I told you to research sacred geometry?
Mm-hmm.
That's the same thing. The sacred geometry.
From that.
Yeah, it's the sacred geometry ties into these frequencies.
I had tested it out doing the seance on somebody's garden. Whatever you plant in their garden right now, it's just thrive. I don't know, and that's just a garden that I work at right now.
Yep, absolutely.
And so I've been seeing it apply to certain things, and I've been seeing it like you said. I've been seeing it in everybody's stuff. They put a piece of it in there especially like the major brands and stuff. They put a lot of it in there to keep you captivated on, of course, buying their bull crap.
Right.
Right.
So I'm sorry, brother. Go ahead. I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, go ahead. I need that info.
Yeah. So the name of it, my country behind. I'm gonna spell it for you. SOL. F is in Frank. E. G is in good. G is in good. I-O. Frequency. Solfeggio. So Solfeggio.
Solfeggio. So look at that soul in it, Solfeggio.
That's why I said soul frequency. That's why I was saying soul frequency. But it's spelled S-O-L, so like soul. And then F as in Frank, E as in ever, G, good, I-O, frequency.
I got it.
So that is the original sacred geometry scale. So your brother should be able to tune to that scale.
Yeah, he's been doing it with his music. It depends on, like, of course, where you at and how how tuned in with yourself, how it's gonna impact you.
Absolutely.
And they have, of course, them folks, they love to make movies out of this stuff, and they make, because there's a movie called Doom. Of course, I know y'all know about Doom. They talk about in this Doom, just the whole movie, like that's their main weapon to defeat the main enemy was a weapon that was used that can use sound to project, energy to blow somebody up.
Right.
And the main character, he tapped into it to where he was controlling like the animals, like this ancient creature on the planet. It was a worm. And by tapping into it, they was able to, control, space
That's
and time.
An old movie. You watched that old movie? I heard that one from Bobby Hemmett. One of Bobby Hemmett's tapes back up in the 90s.
Oh yeah, I watched that movie. I'll be in it. I'll be researching.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, and that made sense because I'm like that. Of course, it makes sense. Like the Earth is making the tune, of course. Mother Earth is making the tune, and she's changing her tune.
Exactly.
She's making all those sinkholes that done happened in the last week, happen. She's just changing the tunes on the material stuff, that low, the low vibrational, like the Earth and whatnot. So she's changing the tune of it so it can liquefy and whatnot. We're gonna be a whole soup out here.
Yeah. Absolutely. Absolutely, brother. Well, great. I am so glad to hear your voice. I'm glad all is well. I asked about you 2 weeks ago. I'm like, I haven't heard from my guy, my millennial. So I hope I hear from him. So I'm so glad to hear from you. And I am, as usual, impressed you talking about you making a connection with the gardening and the frequency tones, because you are absolutely correct. Your stuff will grow huge, but I don't know if you're familiar with like what your grandmother may have said or your mom said, those that garden, that if you talk to your plants, you speak to them lovingly, same concept.
Yeah, you put that energy into them.
Absolutely. Absolutely, because they studies have shown, even if you play your plants classical music, they do great. So yeah, imagine you playing them that pure sacred geometry scale. Absolutely, how they're gonna jump.
Also, tell your brother to do a track with music, with nature. Sample some sounds directly from nature.
That's a great point.
He already know. He already did that. He did that. He done did that multiple times. He done caught the frogs. He done had the rain. He done caught all of that. Like, that's crazy that you brought that up. Of course, well, it's not crazy. It just makes sense because you tapped in. Yeah.
Nice.
That happened. He himself is like, I'm gonna make music using sounds of course, of nature and whatnot, because that's the natural frequency. Yep. And they giving off their frequency to each other. So my next question is have y'all seen, like, okay, have you been seeing when you're on that certain frequency, when you're at a certain frequency to where it's the frequency of connecting with whoever you're talking to and allowing them to comprehend and connect with what you're coming from so they can get it and raise themselves up. You can see, have y'all seen when it with certain people, when you speaking to them and you tell it to them, they connecting to it. However, they start fizzling out because it's like that program is stronger than the frequency that they're at. If you comprehend what I'm saying.
Yeah, that goes back to when we were in this Alphabet Boys document. Remember when they talked about how you intake data, that 1 and that 0? So 1 meaning you accept it, and the 0 means you discard it, that true false. So meaning when that information or that frequency come in and a decision is made, do I want to accept that frequency, tune in, and vibe on it? And what stops people is that they're using their processor, their consciousness processor, and tapping into older frequencies / memory that says this is in conflict to what I already have. Reject it.
Also, some people are just in the moment. They'll be at the frequency of whoever they're around.
True.
It's for whatever possible gains at that moment.
That's a very good point.
Like in a lot of quote-unquote conscious ciphers.
Go on and tell it now.
Brothers usually smoking. And the nigga who ain't got no money ain't feeling none of it. He'll sit there and listen to all of it. Even ask questions while he get that free high.
Right.
As soon as the session is over, he back to his regular.
Right. He can't maintain the frequency because the weed help him get to the frequency, open that gateway. But Brother Sean is absolutely right. When he comes back off that high, he can't hold it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I've seen that. That is now I don't know. Okay, So what I'm now with the fact that we know, like y'all going into the frequencies, of what, people's different emotions. How can we, in the moment, because I've seen it be done, stop that frequency from turning to kicking them over? And because all right, let me get it out right. Because there's been moments to where I've been involved with people who, you got the ones who are the 1 and 0, who just the sheep. Then you got the ones who know a little bit but still sheeping. Then you got the ones who invested but they're using it for their benefit, for the sheeple. Then you got us over here. And I'll be in a situation to where, you got the sheeple and you got them, and they start turning the frequency back to the bull crap to get the sheeple back.
Okay, so where are you at in that equation?
Well, I'm the one. Of course, I'm the one that's passing through naturally. However, in situations where of course, my presence is needed, because I work at a gym, I train people. So, when this topic comes about, you got the people to where when they hear what I'm on and they hear me giving them the truth and they dialed in, you will see them, the ones who know what's going on. However, they benefit from these sheeple, and then they try to tune the frequency back to the dumb crap.
Right. Well, here's the thing, though, because remember, we talked about this before. And that's where I was making the comment. Actually, I just had made it before you came on. I let the dead bury the dead. Because the bottom line is you're spinning, you're utilizing the wave. So naturally, your spin is high. So it is the responsibility of the sheeple to want to tap in and do the work. It does not matter that you got somebody that ain't on the wave distracting them. That's not your problem nor your responsibility. Your responsibility is to keep your spin and elevate your spin. Because what you don't want to do is spend your energy to get into the muck and mire.
So check this out. That's the thing about it. I ain't doing that.
Okay.
However, because it's, so check this out. This is what's happening to people now. What they're starting to do is they're starting to just naturally start clicking over to where we at now. I'm starting to see people.
That's good.
To see people start clicking over, like, and then they be like, you know what? You right. They start seeing it because not only am I saying it or presenting the information because of the position that I'm in.
Right,
but
right.
You got it's people that's around me who you started, me, Marquise, my younger brother, and this other individuals really expressing this information and showing it through how we moving.
Exactly.
And so now I'm literally seeing the people.
That's
know
excellent.
How basically, like, you're literally seeing the people whose like faces that are coming up, the ones who benefit from the bull crap.
Right.
Naturally now. And with everything, I'm telling you, it's the little now it's getting to the point to where we brother 832 I said, like, it's the water is boiling, like, but it's the bubbles haven't came about yet.
Right.
You seeing the steam now. Now you seeing the steam of people out here doing what they're doing.
Right.
And I think right now it's very important for me to know them frequencies, those different tones to what as in to start revealing these people. So that's what's going to happen. You're going to start seeing the tones start revealing people.
Absolutely.
Of who they are because of that frequency. Like, you're going to start seeing people like who they weird going to start coming back.
Yep.
And I'm just
You
I'm
got
just
it.
real. I'm just real surprised on, basically everything is talking about.
But Mama is doing that. Everybody's coming online. Is either you raise your frequencies
That's
to be
right.
able to accept what's coming, or it's going to destroy you.
Yep.
And what you have to remember is you're not supposed to lower yourself. You're at where you're at to meet people there, to have them meet you there.
Mm-hmm.
The Keymaker didn't go to Neo. Neo and them had to go to the Keymaker.
That's right.
Correct.
You shouldn't be wasting your time if they ain't came to you.
And that's the thing about it. They've been coming to me now.
That's good.
And you only deal with them when they come to you.
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
Then they have to go out and apply it.
Absolutely.
They have to begin their individual journeys. And you have to continue yours.
That's right.
But all your energy isn't supposed to be spent on them. You just planting the seeds. They have to nurture and grow them.
Right.
Mama's providing the proper environment and frequencies.
Right.
And she's handing it to your brother. That's part of his connection with Mama. That's a gift she gave him. And it's a matter of if he uses it to nurture and grow things, or use it like everybody else today, using it to destroy.
Right.
So, I mean, y'all on the right path.
Absolutely. Absolutely. We're so extremely proud of you all. And, that's why when I was talking about the last Lovecraft episode, making the distinction between the generations, because what that scene was showing was the Generation X, my generation, putting the person down, and then the Crystal generation, your generation, coming behind saying, you ain't learned shit. We're ending it. Thanos. It's over.
And when you were talking about martial arts, I'm sure you're familiar with a lot of anime and how they tap in and are actually able to absorb energy from things around them. And if you also notice, as far as for with their breathing techniques, certain sounds, the way they inhale, exhale, those are frequencies.
Absolutely.
They are. And that's what when you said that, because I've been using those. So now my thing is I want to find out the other frequencies that they haven't been over here showing.
It's something you have to tune into naturally.
Yeah.
I figured that.
Yeah.
And then it's also your body movements as you're going through your katas or whatever. Your body moving through the air is also making music.
Indeed.
You have to learn to tune into that. You have to learn to be able to hear and feel your movements.
Indeed.
That's your gift.
It is.
Yeah, that stuff just been like everything just it's crazy how everything is lined up. And what I've also noticed that in certain spots where, of course, Mother Earth is doing what she do, it's not happening around those who are tapped in with her. Of course, it's happening, but it's not happening around us. That's what I'm saying. I don't know if y'all personally have seen anything happen around y'all, but Everywhere I go, it's something that's happening around. It's something that's happening to people that either I done went there or I done left from there.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
Can I say something?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if I'm on the same track, but because the body itself is total electricity, all parts of the body is total electricity. So everybody has a sound. Electricity makes a sound, a vibrating sound, like a bell. It vibrates. And everybody has been given that particular part of their essence when they were in the womb. We were talking about that earlier. So the way it changes is by your consciousness making it higher or bringing it down, because we were innately born that way. So if you're meeting somebody who's not tapped in, it's because they're choosing to change their vibration to whatever environment they choose, or whatever medicine, whatever foods they eat, whatever thing is changing what they were innately given. So that's where I interpret your question is that somebody is there 1 second and not there the next second, and there 1 second and not there the next second. You feel them and then you don't feel them. It's because they're choosing to do that.
They bopping, just jumping from radio station to radio station. You can see them like you'll see them like literally that day. You'll see the frequency change on them. Like you'll see them clicking in, click out, switch to this one, switch to that one.
Yeah, because we control our frequency when we want to change it by what we put inside of us and what we think and what we hear. So because we are electrical people, our hair is a conductor. It's an antenna. The eyes are a camera. Like, Rhonda, you have that chart there. So we use those senses to perceive where we want to be.
Mm-hmm.
Indeed.
And so that's what their problem is their choice.
Indeed.
It just be amazing seeing it firsthand, though. Knowing what's going on. And it's very thankful having been listening to y'all and still listening to y'all and getting y'all wisdom to then put up on game to see it happening before my eyes.
We're so proud of you. We're so proud of you. I mean, we knew immediately when we first, talked to you and we had the exchange, and, we knew because it's a frequency thing. It's not surprising to me.
Yeah, it's a matter.
Go ahead.
It's a matter of mastering self.
Indeed. Indeed.
That's what you have to do, and that's what everybody else has to do. No matter what you tell somebody else, or no matter what you show them, until they're able to master themselves. That means even your emotions. From your martial arts that even in a conflict, you have to keep a peace of mind about yourself.
Indeed.
You can't panic. You have to be able to feel everything around you. That's how you
and
can.
And that goes with what you were saying with going back to that nothingness. Like the only way you can create, us being creators, is we have to get the space to create. I don't know if you ever seen Interstellar. Like on Interstellar, like when he had to go into the black hole, the only reason he had to go in there to space, get the information.
Sure did. Yep.
However, when he got in there, whatever celestial beings that was in there, they was able to create that space for him to go through those tears and time to his daughter and whatnot. So for us to go back to creation and be able to create and, you know, do what we do, we got to go back to that empty space, which is nothing. So
Right. Right. So you see how that movie correlated with what we're talking about tonight with that wave.
Mm-hmm.
And remember the one part where he was in the nothingness realm, because remember they were given the analogy of the realms with that bookcase, if I'm remembering properly.
Yeah.
Okay.
And he was nothing, but it was his, it was the moments of his daughter's life that he was going through the book.
Exactly. So he was on this side of the house. So if we looking at that wave thing, he was in the click out part. He was in the click out of defying exactly in the nothingness. He was defying time and space, but he can see through the waves. And remember, on her side, remember she kept seeing the lines, the dust of lines. Those dust of lines represented the binary codes. Remember when I was telling y'all that those 10 was 0011, you line them up in a certain sequence and they turn into numbers, and the numbers turns into a geometric shape or the creation of matter? That's what they were showing you.
Mm-hmm.
That's exactly what they were showing you.
Hey, bro, you familiar with Dragon Ball Z, right?
Oh yeah. We had told me about it last time.
Remember when he goes to that ultra instinct, when he in that God, that's basically the state of nothingness, because he's not thinking about anything. He's just being. And that's why his moves can't be read, and that's why he can't be hit, because he's just able to avoid everything. Any type of energy coming his way, he instinctively avoids it. But that's them showing you in cartoons that they show to children the things that we are capable of.
Yep.
They know it's not them, because whenever Goku goes to his Super Saiyan form or any of those higher forms, he's darker in complexion. He has more melanin.
Yep.
And then sis, also, when you was talking about that series, when they turn to dust, it's always black.
Very good point.
Like space.
Ether.
That's the ether. Exactly.
But they go over all that stuff in a lot of these anime.
Yeah.
And we wonder how come these people know more about our stuff than we do. They grow up learning about it. And we teaching our children all type of bullshit.
Bullshit, exactly.
They have a much wider variety of things that they present to their children.
Right.
And majority of it is stuff that pertains to them. We expose our children to everything that's outside of them.
Right.
We don't teach them about their self or potential.
Right.
They know that that's not honestly about them, but they spend their whole lives trying to tap into it, and we spend our whole lives tapping out of it.
Absolute.
But you're tapping into these things. and things are coming to you naturally, as they should.
Yep.
Because it's natural to you.
Yep.
Whenever you have to have somebody else explain something to you, it's their perspective. But we learn from other people's perspectives. It's basically just to awaken something in you, not for you to emulate or become that person. You just learn from it.
Right.
And see how it applies to you or how it doesn't apply to you. And you keep about your journey.
Indeed.
Because as you see Goku and them, Goku was all about more power. He didn't care who he fought. Gods, whoever. If it was going to help him get stronger and help him along his path, he was all for it. But we back down from stuff, especially the spiritual battles.
Exactly.
We all into this physical stuff. But we don't realize that the spiritual enhances the physical.
Indeed.
It always got to be spiritual first.
Always. Always.
That's where your victory is at first. You take your enemy on that spiritual battlefield first. And where his ass out there. And when it comes to that physical manifestation of it, it's already a done deal.
It's a done deal, yeah.
But that's just not in, like, let's say a fight. That's in anything in life.
That is right.
You got it, bro.
You got it. You
And as you told
do.
us before, we can relax. Y'all got it. T. Christopher, remember? Y'all told us. Y'all got it.
Yep. She
It's
who
a
walks
good
among
hand.
the mist. Yep. Y'all told us y'all got it. And we know y'all got it. We said that, we Yoda. I'm the ghetto Yoda with the scarf on and my big mama coat. I done already told y'all I passed y'all the laser. We took back the power. We took back the magic. So y'all got it. You shutting the rest down, so we straight.
Okay, so
Our work is complete. So now y'all gonna ride that wave, tap into the nothingness, that chaos, and you're gonna create what you want to create. You're gonna build the better realm. That's what you all are gonna do. We've passed it to you. We took back the power. We passed it to you. You're shutting the rest of it down in the physical, and you're creating the new. Now you know how to do it. You've known how to do it all along. So we just sitting back in the cut as advisors. That's all. Just as advisors. I told you. I'm sitting in my garden like Jody Mama on Baby Boy with my motherfucking herb and my big mama coat or robe, chilling, minding my garden. And you can drop by, get some advice, whatever, and just keep it pushing. Y'all got this.
It's amazing out here, y'all. These folks out here be they really be into the whole bull crap. But I guess that's how I gotta go. But I really thank y'all. I appreciate y'all. Keep giving us this game. You know, I'm gonna go and definitely research. I gave my brother the name of the frequencies and whatnot.
Indeed.
And, so he's gonna apply that to his music.
Indeed.
And I'll give you an update to see what he comes up with.
Very good. Very good. And
but
thank you.
We're not giving you the game. We're giving you the life.
Exactly.
No, we're giving you the life. This is about the life. The games is over. We ain't playing no more games. This is the life. We here to live.
Big time. Create and live.
Yep, y'all got it.
This is about the life. No more games.
Yep, y'all got it.
So you might as well get that out your vocabulary about the game, the passing down the game. The game is dead. This is the life.
Yep. Yep. You are a creator. You don't spend your time in the muck and mire on what somebody else is doing in the muck and mire. That's not your concern. Because they only got so long to be doing that in your universe. Go create. Go create. It's good hearing from you, brother. Let me get you off this line before you have me breaking down and tearing up, and now I got the camera on, so they'll see the ugly cry. So,
yeah, right.
It was great hearing your voice.
I just definitely want to. I'm glad to hear from y'all. Just want to drop in, get some knowledge, man, and get some info, and now I can you help point me in the right direction, and got some clarity on what I've been researching. So. Definitely. I'll be back.
All right, brother. Well, we love you, and we are very proud of you. So
I love y'all too, and appreciate it. Y'all stay dangerous out here, everybody, all the family. Stay in tune. Don't get caught up in the bull crap. You know, get your vibrations up and tap in with yourself, man. When the nature she's speaking, everything is moving. It's moving as if. Like we are, it's like the way people moving out here it's like you can tell they don't know what's going on. It's just been a calmness. So just keep y'all calm, keep tapped into that frequency, y'all gonna be good, man.
Indeed.
All right, y'all be safe. Love y'all. Y'all be
okay.
Well.
Love you more, brother.
Wholeness and power, bro.
Peace and love.
Wholeness and power.
Peace and love.
Oh man, that was such a treat. I was missing my baby. I knew he was out there. I'm like, but I know he got to do his thing. So it was so great to hear his voice. So, with that said, damn, we done went an hour over, y'all. Sis, you have any last words for the family?
Well, it's very quick. Good night.
I'm surprised. I know your phone is screaming, girl. Poke your phone. I know your phone is screaming.
About to hang up on me.
I know. So, Brother Sean, Brother Sean, you have any last words for the family?
Well,
Don't be careful. Did you do it
first?
No, I'm done.
Put you first.
Yes, what you did.
You, the wholeness of you, not just the lower aspects that you've been taught to worship and worship with, because you have created a war out of a natural act. Sex has become a war. with death and destruction and entrapment into the reincarnation cycle.
Right.
During all of this pandemic and everything, your lower nature is constantly on the rise. People still are looking outside of themselves for answers that they've had all along. Even outside of yourself, they've told you to go within.
Yep.
They've told you everything that you needed to do to return to yourself. They fought to keep you out of the system. They created legislation and paperwork to keep you out of the system. They tried to put a spell on you and tell you that you didn't belong.
Yep.
But you fought that spell to go under a deeper spell, which you fight to keep.
Indeed.
And you wonder, how come things are the way they are? And you wonder, how come we talk to y'all the way the fuck we do? We just talking to y'all like this. Look what the motherfuckers do to y'all.
Exactly.
Look what the motherfuckers cause you to do to yourself. And you hate people that look like you. Not the ones that actually did shit to you.
Right.
The people that try and be there for you. Them are the people you give the most grief. But everybody that fuck you over, treat you like shit,
Right.
show you that you don't matter, you all up in their ass. You will literally kill or be killed for your masters on every level. But the only master you won't kill for is you. Or your mama. But a man, you'll kill for. What is it you little punks say? Bros before hoes. And the hoes and bros is synonymous? Because as far as them hoes is concerned, all you bros is hoes because y'all always everywhere sharing shit.
Right.
And in a lot of cases, y'all sharing each other.
True that.
Well, basically in every case, because y'all sitting up going behind each other. Running trains and all that type of shit.
Right.
I mean, it's a shame that that's the consciousness of some of Mama's children.
Right. Right.
Mama ain't never taught us no shit like that. Mama don't allow that shit in her house. Mama always told you if you wanted to fuck, get your own place.
Sure did. You ain't fucking up under my roof. Exactly.
So, y'all need to think about where you gonna be. Because it ain't gonna be with us, because you ain't doing that bullshit at my mama's house.
Indeed.
No more games. This is about the life that we about to live. Y'all worship death. We about that life. Love y'all. Wholeness and power.
Indeed, indeed. Thank you, Brother Sean. Thank you, Sis Sandra. Sis Sandra's phone done died, y'all. She done dropped off. Thank you, family callers. Thank you, Brother 832. Thank you, my baby, she who walks among the mist. Thank you to my baby that just called. I think Brother Antone. I'm just gonna call you Brother Ant. Mark Derrick, I see you, boo. So thank you for that. He put in the chat, if you see me, he's always here as well. So shout out to you as well. Shout out to Scotty Saturn. All of our millennials and Z's. We are proud of you all. We're proud of you. We understand that it's your time now. You make it happen. We're just here for your support system. Create the world that you want. You can do it. So I do want to thank the YouTube family. I also want to thank the family callers. So we are going to rock out with some music. YouTube, y'all not going to be able to hear it. Hey, T1, peace and love, T. T1, glad to see you. All right, YouTube, y'all. Huh?
You see the conversation, they think that purple pill strikes fear or something, that his knowledge is all that, his wisdom is all that. The thing to it is, if we sit up and break down and analyze and dispute every fucking word, how we gonna have a goddamn conversation? Yeah. Everybody know what the fuck we mean.
Yeah, he had just got on my motherfucking nerves, and I only saw that little bit because, as y'all can see, when I have the display up and I'm reading something, the only way I can see the chat if I turn this way. So I don't know what he was saying, but I just turned that one way and I saw him talking about that y'all and what somebody supposedly ain't doing, and he just pissed me the fuck off just in that instance. So his ass was out of there. Okay, so now anybody else that feels he's so deep, that's your right to feel he's so deep. But if I ain't feeling the motherfucker, I ain't feeling him, and he out of there. That's just the bottom motherfucking line. Now, we was in a beautiful motherfucking moment. Literally, we was in a beautiful spiritual moment, and I turned around to vibe with the family, and there go his stinking ass comment. So I didn't fucking feel like it. He's out of there. And that's whomever else I feel like. But for the most part, y'all don't rock like that. Y'all beautiful people. You go on about your business. And that ain't the first time that I done cuss Purple's motherfucking stinking ass out. I done cussed him out several times. On my chat channel and in here. So I just wasn't feeling it. And I do the shit again. His ass is out of there. Because he can talk a good game about etymology, this, that, and the other. But then when we get on some spiritual shit, everybody's beneath him. Get the fuck out of here. I'm not the one. Start your own channel and tell us how a magical motherfucker you are on your shit.
Yeah, but the whole etymology thing, I mean, we've been through all that. Everybody we know all the wordplay with this
and
name.
so the fuck what? You know what I'm saying?
All instead of the other. But what is that actually doing? You're playing with the bullshit that they gave you to play with in the first damn
shit.
place. Still ain't manifesting shit, just talking about what this word mean, that word mean.
Right, and how you don't know this word, and I know how to break this word down because I've been here, but nigga, I don't give a fuck. to me about that wave, nigga. Bring me something back from the other realm. Now, again, I just so happened to look over there and saw where supposedly what y'all ain't doing. We talking too much about the movies. Oh, nigga, you don't need to be here. Click. Go find another channel. Since we so dumb, you don't like what we discussing, you don't need to be in my motherfucking chat. And he welcome back now. You welcome back. But when you get on that insulting shit, I'ma spank that ass again. This is mama's house. I run this bitch. So, with that said, family, we're gonna rock out with some music, YouTube. Y'all can't hear us, YouTube. Unfortunately, we're going to rock out with an old school one with Public Enemy, Fight the Power. So, peace and love, family, YouTube family. We love you very much. We will be back next week. We still gonna be on number 22, y'all, in this document. So, peace and love, YouTube family.